Warning: some contents may be disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised. I am from a small town, the kind where you are in the same class with the same kids from preschool through graduation. I was never popular and had my fair share of bullies, but never as bad as one kid in my class, Max. He was on the shorter side and had these little round glasses with his hair slicked to the side like he was right out of a movie cast as a stereotypical nerd. He kept to himself and didn't really interact with others if he could avoid it. Fast forward to 8th grade, when we were paired as lab partners and had to sit at the same table together every day for the entire year. I considered myself a nice person and always went out of my way to make sure that I wasn't rude to people, especially people who hadn't done anything to deserve it. So of course, I was friendly and happy to be his partner as long as he did his fair share of the work. The year came and went. He was shy but polite, and we got along fine being partners. 9th grade started, and I had a lot of troubles at home with my birth father, so I chose to move in with my mother a few towns over. I was only about 30 minutes away, but I had to start a completely new school a month into my freshman year, and it was scary. I may not have been popular at my last school, but I did have several friends whom I loved and missed dearly. My mom would often drive me to the other town to see my friends and hang out, and I also started making new friends at my new school. It was a good setup, and I continued this way until I was 16 and could drive by myself. I never heard anything from Max, and honestly, I had kind of forgotten about him. That was until my junior year of high school. I started casually seeing this other guy, Jack, from my hometown, and he asked me to go with him to prom. I was excited and happy to say yes, as I would get to spend the night with him and my friends from childhood. A couple of months before my prom, my mother told me there was a new lady at her job, and she was asking about me because her grandson was seeing me, and she wanted a picture so that she could put a frame to my name. My mother knew Jack and knew this wasn't her grandmother, so she asked his name, and wouldn't you know it, it was Max. My mother showed her a picture of me that she had on her desk, and the lady went on her way. A few weeks later, she asked for the color of my prom dress so that she knew what to get Max, so we matched. My mother was confused but told her it was pink. About 2 weeks before prom, some of my friends from my hometown told me that Max had been telling some people that we were going to the dance together and that he was so excited. I thought it was creepy, but I didn't put too much thought into it. The night of prom, I picked Jack and we headed over to the school, only to find Max and his grandmother waiting outside the entrance so that she could take pictures of us before we go in. I was not one to disappoint people, so I politely took a couple of pictures with him as my actual date stood off to the side and waited. If Max's grandmother was confused that I had another date, she didn't show it. The rest of the night went smoothly, and Jack and I had a great time. We didn't see Max anymore and assumed that he had left. Other than his grandmother telling my mom that he lost my number and trying to get it for him, which she thankfully didn't do, I didn't hear much from him until we graduated. I went to a state college, and I had heard that he had gotten into a well-respected private university. Everything was fine for the first few weeks of college. And then, I ran into him. He caught me on the way to class one day, and I was polite and asked him if he was a student here too, which he was, and I chatted with him for a minute before hurrying off to class. It was a relatively harmless interaction, but still creeped me out a bit since I knew he got into that other school and wondered why he chose to go to a state college. For the next few months, I ran into him almost daily. He always wanted to talk and never seemed to be with anyone else. I found out from some girls in my dorm that he had been hanging around, asking about me and trying to figure out my class schedule and where I would be and when. He also told them that he was my boyfriend, and he passed up a scholarship to another college to come here and be with me instead. They figured out he was lying when they never saw us together for long periods or him up in the rooms with me, and stopped answering his questions. I left at the end of the semester to move home and take classes at a nearby school. I didn't tell him, obviously. The following year, I got married to my boyfriend from my senior of high school. Dumb, I know. Anyway, we were in his small town, which is in the same county as my hometown, for a fair shortly after the wedding. While walking around and enjoying ourselves, I see Max staring at us at the end of the block. It was the first time I had been genuinely fearful of him, as the look on his face was nothing short of hatred. I tried to ignore him and went on about my night, seeing him a few more times, always with that look on his face. The next few years passed, with me hearing nothing from him at all. I didn't even know if he still lived around the area or not, and I found out a little while after that he did when I started working at a clothing store in town, and he would stop in and sit in that bad chair next to the door for all the guys to hang out in while their people shopped. I mentioned it to my manager because of our history and the fact that he would stare at me constantly while sitting there, but he always came in with a girl. I later found out it was his sister, so they didn't think too much of it. He never spoke to me and just stared. When I was in my mid-20s, I moved to a city in my home state, but several hours away from my small town. I am 30 now and doing well in life, other than a random Facebook friend request, which I rejected. I haven't heard from him, and I hope that it stays that way. Hi everyone. I'm really writing this out as a way to vent because I'm in a situation where I feel really stuck. Any advice is appreciated, but I'm not sure there's anything that can be said that will actually help. I've tried just about everything, and I'm going to start from the beginning. This is a story 2 years in the making, so I'll try to be as thorough as possible. In 2019, I graduated with my master's degree and moved to a relatively rural area for my PhD. Thinking we'd make an investment, my dad and I purchased a house. The intent was to rent it out once I completed my PhD. This house was only a block away from a dive bar where my dad was able to make some pretty good friends. He introduced me to everyone, and everyone let me know that I would be so happy in my new house because my next door neighbor was the absolute nicest guy you could ever meet. So we met the neighbor, and he did seem nice enough. He suggested that we exchange number just in case that I ever needed anything, and I thought that that was a good idea. What's the worst that could happen? A few days later, my dad left to go back to his home in another state, and I was left to my own devices. Literally the day he left, it started. My neighbor texted me while I was away, and let me know that he left a gift for me on my front porch. In this text exchange, he started using pet names like Sweetie and Cutie, and I went home and he had left a hand-painted feeding dish for my cats in my mailbox. At this point, I wasn't that alarmed. He was just being nice, I thought. The next day, he sent me more texts with pet names, and I took the opportunity to make sure that he knew I wasn't interested in anything romantic. He replied back with a rambling text about how all a person ever needs is friends, and he would like to be friends with me. After that, he would send me texts frequently. Everything from inviting me for fishing to telling me he left more gifts on my porch. I would often not reply, or I would tell him that I'm busy. I didn't want to be rude, but I also had no interest in any sort of relationship with him other than neighborly. One night, I got a text from the manager of the bar down the street letting me know that if my neighbor knocked on my door, I shouldn't answer. She then told me that my neighbor had walked down to the bar with a hatchet and told the bartender he was hearing voices that got louder as he got closer to the bar. He threatened to kill someone with a hatchet if the voices didn't stop. They called the police, and the police took the hatchet from him, but made no arrest. The manager of the bar picked me up, and I spent the night at her house. She told me that the police said my neighbor was on meth. After that, I tried to keep my distance even more. But things got even weirder. One day, I went out to my car to find a dead squirrel in my driveway. This squirrel had very clearly been run over and moved to right in front of my driver's side door. I just stepped over it, got in my car, and left. When I returned home, the squirrel was gone. Shortly after, I received a text from my neighbor that said, "Someone or something put a dead squirrel in your driveway. Don't worry, I moved it for you." I felt like this was a weird way to word this, and I suspect he's the one who put the squirrel in my driveway. Another time, I walked out of my house to see that he had placed an unspent shotgun shell on the bricks in his front yard. He came out and told me that it was to serve as a warning for anyone walking between our houses. For the next couple of months, I did my best to avoid him. He would text me inviting me over, and I would come up with an excuse or just ignore him completely. I wanted to remain cordial since he was my neighbor, but it was getting very annoying and I was uncomfortable. He would text me as soon as I got home, telling me that he was watching me come and go from my house. And around Halloween, he handcrafted a large casket and wrote, "Here lies the last son of a bitch who played mind games. November 2012. What the fuck? All this time still sending me texts. Eventually, I got fed up and I stopped responding completely. Less than 2 weeks after I stopped responding completely, he threw a 15-pound flower pot at my front door. You know those big concrete planters? Yeah, one of those. I called the police who advised me to get a stalking no-contact order. A few days later, I was watching TV when a notification popped up that my neighbor was trying to cast a video to my screen. I declined it twice, and I filed another report with the police. During this time, I started the process of getting a stalking no-contact order. I saw 3 different victim advocates who all told me different things. I went out of town for a conference, and during that time, someone had attempted to break into my home. I had an ADT security system, so while they didn't succeed, I was aware of the attempt. After the conference, I came home to the entire world shutting down because of COVID. I was trapped in my home 24/7 with my stalker neighbor next door. Luckily, court proceedings for protection orders didn't stop, and right before court, he sent me a text telling me that he was sorry for what he'd done, that he could tell when he saw me outside that he made me uncomfortable. Then, he went on to tell me that he can tell my hairs has gotten longer and that I look beautiful. I went to court and provided all the evidence that I had, the timeline of everything that had ever happened, and the text he'd sent me asking if I wanted a massage. The text I sent him telling him that the way he was speaking to me was inappropriate, and the text saying that he knew he made me uncomfortable. I told the judge that I suspected that he had attempted to break into my house while I was out of town. The kicker is, he didn't deny any of it. Actually, he told the judge that he took full accountability for everything. He said he was in recovery and he was trying to turn over a new leaf. He didn't oppose the protection order at all. So in March 2020, I actually received the stalking no contact order. Everything was pretty quiet for a while. I mean, he did some weird shit, but that's because he's a weird guy. It wasn't anything that made me fear for my safety. That is, until he got on drugs again. At this time, we found an unspent shotgun casing in my flower bed. It was consistent with the one he had previously used to send a warning. This occurred a couple months after I started dating my boyfriend, and I suspect it was a warning to him. After this, and for a variety of reasons, my boyfriend moved in with me. He moved in pretty quickly, but everything turned out fine. We're still together, and as happy in our relationship as we can be. New Year's 2021, I was awoken to yelling. I turned on my security cameras and got footage of him sticking his head out his window and screaming obscenities at my bedroom window for about 7 minutes. It doesn't sound like a long time, but when your stalker is screaming threats and obscenities, 7 minutes is a long time. He called me a harlot. He said, "Happy fucking New Year." He said he was going to blow up his house with his gas line, and I called the police who responded. They told me that he never said my name, so they can't prove it was a violation of the protection order. The officer said, and I quote, "There's nothing illegal about yelling in your own house." And they left without even speaking to him. All I could do at this point was do my best to avoid him. I parked on the street because my driveway is pretty close to his front porch. I got used to living with my curtains drawn and always made sure that my cameras were charged, all 5 of them. Yes, because of him, I spent over $1,000 on cameras. Every inch of my yard is covered. And since then, he's been seen by me and by other neighbors talking to people who aren't there. Going outside and screaming nonsense, things like, "I have Cheerios on my necklace," or "I'll put my penis in your butt." And I'm not even joking. This basically brings me to last week. In the morning, I was getting ready for that day when I heard screaming. "Someone is going to die over this sweatshirt." I turned on the cameras and I got footage of him walking around the alley behind my house screaming. "Are you fucking proud? How about I get my shotgun? I'll get everybody all fired up." I called the police, and once again, they didn't charge him with violation of the protection order. Instead, they gave him an ordinance violation for disturbing the peace. The police told me that it seems like his office medication again, and that was that. They left. Last night, I was awoken to hammering outside my window at 1 a.m. He was cutting down his privacy fence horizontally. I called the police for a noise complaint, and they just told him to stop. And that was that. As I write this, he is outside, continuing to horizontally cut down his privacy fence. That means the privacy fence only stands about 3 feet tall now. This was the one thing that made me feel relatively safe about hanging out in my backyard. And now that's gone. All of this is to say, I'm fucking tired. I just want to live in a house where I can be sure that my neighbor won't try to kill me, where I can feel confident that he's not going to try to break in. My boyfriend and I are trying to buy a house to move, but it's difficult. I'm a PhD student, so I don't make very much money. Renting won't work because I have 4 cats, and finding a place to rent with so many animals is difficult, if not impossible. I refuse to rehome them, so maybe it's partially my fault that I'm stuck in this situation. My dad has agreed to co-sign on another mortgage, and I've gotten a second job. We should be able to save up enough money within a few months, but until then, I'm stuck. I just don't know what else to do. I'm tired and I'm angry, so I figured I'd write this to vent. If you've made it this far, thank you for reading it. There's still so many different instances that I've left out. I'm just so exhausted. This happened about 2 years ago with my wife. She's 25 and female. My wife and I also 25 and a female, were hiking at a park on a pretty popular trail at about 9:30 a.m. with our little dog. It isn't deserted, but it isn't super packed at that time. My wife and I get in a petty argument about something to do with the dog, and she ends up walking a bit ahead of me with the dog to cool off. She's ahead enough to think that we are not together, but not so far as to not see me in her peripheral vision. She checks back on me consistently, but for the most part, we don't speak to each other. This goes on for maybe 10-ish minutes, and as we come upon a bridge from the dirt road, my wife turns around to check up on me once again, and I see her face change. And she's walking the maybe 5 feet back towards me, fucking angry. I immediately am already thinking that we are going to hash out whatever argument we were having again. Until I realize she's looking at something behind me, and I hear her very loudly say, "Can I help you?" And I whirl around, and I almost bump into someone. For reference, I'm about 5'2", and my whole life, I'm used to looking behind my back. I'm very feminine. No matter how angry I was, I still usually would have heard if anyone was approaching me. But a man more than a foot taller than me was almost flushed against my back. His hair is pulled back into a ponytail, and he looks like the definition of the stereotype of a thin neckbeard. He looks greasy and has stains on his orange polo and shorts combo. He gets very close to me, putting his face very close to my face. "Sorry, I thought I knew you," he says, only looking at me. I laugh uncomfortably. "No, sorry." I have a smile on my face, trying to de-escalate as much as I can, but I'm freaking out because how could I have not heard this guy on this loud fucking trail? Sorry, you just look familiar," he says, still really fucking close to me. My wife steps between us and pushes the guy away. My wife is a trained MMA fighter and even had sponsorships for a few years, and is the more masculine out of the two of us. "She said she doesn't know you, bro," she says, and if looks could kill, hers would have. The guy pays no attention to my wife and continues looking at me. "You just look so familiar," he repeats, and tries to get close to us again. "Hey man, get the fuck away from her. She said she doesn't know you." My wife isn't shouting, but her voice is deadly fucking serious. She hands me the leash of our dog, who has been growling at this man since my wife came over. My dog is stupid friendly and has never growled at anyone in his life. This guy puts his hands up like those football players that have done nothing wrong. Right, sorry again." And he runs off back the way we came. The creepiest part? As he runs down the dirt path, his steps make no noise. A week later, around the same place, I find one of those beaded bracelets with the same name Kayla on them. So, let's not meet. This takes place over the course of a few years, from just before my university freshman year to my junior year. I am now a 20-year-old female, but at the start of this story, I was 17. For my freshman orientation, my family and I were staying at a hotel across from my college campus. Orientation started in the morning, so I wandered over to campus with my luggage to check into my dorm room for the next few days. I was roomed alone for orientation since I have OCD and sleeping problems, and I didn't want to bother any potential roommates. So I put my luggage away and began walking the campus. This entire fiasco started for one reason. I wanted breakfast. It was foggy that morning, and I had never been on campus. It was ways away from my hometown, so I quickly became turned around. I spotted a group of 4 people walking toward a building, so I swallowed my anxiety and approached them to ask for directions. I should add that I'm a shy and quiet person, so it took a bit before I piped up and, "Excuse me?" One of the 4 turned around, and my immediate thought was, "Oh my god, this guy looks like a fish." He had big, creepy eyes and fat lips. He was blonde and a little chubby. This is purely for descriptive purposes, and I am by no means a model. Still, I stifled my gawking and asked, "Do you know where the dining hall is?" "Oh, yeah, it's right there." He motioned to the building directly behind us. "Oh, wow, I'm dumb." I laughed. There was a small pause before he asked, "You here alone?" As someone who has run into predatory people before, this question never, ever sits well with me. "My family will be here later. We all have sleeping problems, so they're catching up on sleep. They'll be here at 6. This wasn't a lie, but I hoped it would deter him from latching onto me. "Oh, well, do you want to sit with us?" I guessed that he meant the group of 4 he was in, but the other 3 had already disappeared into the dining hall. Sure," I conceded. He immediately grabbed a 2-person table, which made me internally groan. I had a feeling of where this was going, and I wanted no part of it. I'm a lesbian, for Christ's sake. I didn't want to risk making him angry, and I didn't want someone to hate me before the school year even started. So I sat down with him and a plate of eggs. I tried to make conversation, but he kept replying dryly with things like, "Oh, uh-huh," and, I thought that I had upset Fish Face, so I looked up from my plate to see him staring directly at my breast. I'm a 36 double D, so I'm unfortunately used to this. I sighed and bagged out my sweater around my chest. Even after this and me slouching, he just kept staring. After this, I didn't want anything to do with him, but I wasn't so lucky. Everywhere I went, he followed. Even if our orientation events were separate, I repeatedly tried to slip away from him, becoming increasingly creeped out by his attempts at flirting. But everywhere I went, there was Fish Face. I gave it one last try, slipping away to the library. That's when the messages started. Somehow, Fish Face found my Snapchat. I guess that he searched my name, and he kept messaging things like, "Where are you? Where did you go? I'm at this location." Knowing that he could see that I'd read them, I felt obligated to respond. "Okay, I'll be there soon." This didn't stop with orientation. The beginning of my freshman year was marred with Fish Face encounters, classes, trips to the store, student activities. It didn't matter. He was there, shadowing me. The constant messaging drove me to just delete my Snapchat. Thank Christ, he never got my phone number. At this point, Fish Face was incessantly hitting on me and reminding me of how much he liked me, despite numerous times of me stating that I am not interested. When I made myself clear, it only seemed to make him push harder, as if he thought that I was playing games with him. It became more and more common for him to put his arm around me or try to hold my hand. This is where I drew the line. I told him, clear as day, that I am not interested in you and that I do not like men and to do not touch me. He pouted, but relented, touching me at least. The shadowing only got worse, to the point that I couldn't leave without my roommate. I couldn't get a single dorm for the actual school year, and I became more exhausted, paranoid, and felt like he was a time bomb waiting to blow. After weeks of this, weeks of sheer anxiety, I spoke to a priest at my university. The father was deeply concerned and went so far as to walk me back to my dorm. He made me promise that I would speak to security first thing the next day, which I agreed to. Security's first question was if I was really being stalked or if my anxiety made me believe that I was being stalked. When I cited the witnesses to his shadowing me, that was dropped. Then the question was I clear enough with him? I don't know how much clearer I could have been. After much back and forth, I managed to get a no-contact order against Fish Face. I knew that a no-contact order only meant that he couldn't contact me and vice versa, rather than physically keeping him away from me. I was okay with this because at this point, I did not want to hurt this guy or potentially impact his future. For the remainder of that year, there were no more attempts to contact me or be near me, and I thought that that would be the end of it. But then came sophomore year. I could never be sure if it was a coincidence or he was actually tailing me. But then he started appearing outside of every classroom door, every coffee place, and absolutely everywhere. I was in a rough place this year, totally unrelated to this, but it certainly didn't help. But due to the sheer emotional exhaustion that I was battling, I couldn't give a damn. Okay, follow me. I promise that I am not that interesting, But this is when I learned of the other victims. Their stories were identical to mine. 6 of them, mine being the 7th. They ran into Fishface, a totally innocent encounter. But then he started in on them, bombarding them with messages, following them, groping them, and trying to get them alone. I was horrified to find that every one of these other girls had reported him to university security. Every one of them was prescribed a no-contact order. 7 victims later, and this bastard was still on campus as if nothing happened. I learned that this was not uncommon for our university. On top of victim blaming, the more I learned, the more deeply my fear ran. It was open season, and these bastards had full protection. We could not do a thing to get guys like Fishface off our campus. And so I resigned myself to being followed by this fucker. Junior year came around, and initially, it seemed that Fishface had given up, but I could not have been more wrong. It was pointed out to me by my friends who knew about the stalking that he was in the background of my every move. Throughout the year, he got closer and closer until it became worse than I'd ever dealt with before. I was a member of Campus Conservationist, and we were selling reusable grocery bags in lieu of our state banning plastic bags. And then, after about 45 minutes of peace, I glanced to my right. He was there, just around the corner, staring directly at me. Ice-cold fear ran down my spine and my stomach dropped. I tore my gaze away and tried to hide my panic. He hadn't been this close to me since freshman year, and there was no mistaking it. He was here for me and me alone. I texted my girlfriend, letting her know what was happening, and I will be honest and say that the rest is a blur. I was too panicked to remember how we got back to my dorm safely, and I thank God every day for my ultra-protective girlfriend. Just 2 days after that, he appeared in the hallway outside of my class. It was just reaching the end and I was ready to call it a day. I glanced at my watch. It was 2:45 p.m. I wandered to the bathroom, ignoring Fishface lurking in the corner, and I did my business and approached the door. It began to open, so I called out, "Oh, I got it," and opened it for the next person. Fishface. I felt my face go pale and my breath hitch. He stared directly at me with those creepy-ass blue eyes. His giant, floppy lips pulled into a small smirk before he turned and disappeared down the hall. My heart thumped in my chest as I re-entered the classroom. I felt myself shaking and tried to hide it. All that kept running through my head was, what was he doing? Why was he trying to get in the bathroom? I glanced down at my watch again and knew that I didn't have to wait for my girlfriend as the class was minutes from ending. I asked the girl next to me to walk with me to my next class, and she agreed without hesitation. She was a really sweet girl to begin with, and I thank God for that. I finished my final class for the day and sped back to my dorm, and I didn't get much sleep that night. I reported the incidences to security the next morning, and I was met with the same pressing questions and doubts. I threw everything I had at them and asked them to watch the security cameras outside of my classroom to see him attempt to corner me in the bathroom. I had to threaten to contact state police before they relented a promise to investigate my claims. They informed me that no action would be taken. They said that they could find no evidence of the incidences. When questioned, Fishface said that him appearing around my classrooms and frequented spots around campus was purely coincidental, and he felt so awkward that he was going through this again. I took my second semester of junior year off for unrelated reasons. Yet, I am relieved to not be on campus with that creep. He is still there, and the other victims have mostly transferred to other universities due to the college's general mistreatment and poor administration. I start my senior year this August at the same university, and I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if he's going to step up his game. I listen to enough true crime to know what could happen, and it scares me like few things ever have. So Fishface, you disgusting motherfucker, let's not meet again. "3 years ago, I was living with my then boyfriend in a one-bedroom apartment in a little mountain town. It was a half-basement unit, so the bottom of all our windows were level with the ground outside. It was also an older apartment, and not all the windows could fully lock. One day, my boyfriend comes home from work while I'm laying on the sofa and immediately runs up to the window near me and looks out of it frantically. He then goes to look out every other window in the house, then walks around the house looking in the windows. When he comes back from this confusing exploit, I ask him what the fuck is going on and why he's being a spaz. "I think I just walked up on a dude looking in the window at you. He took off as I walked up," he tells me. This was naturally very unsettling, but after discussing it and considering the time of day, which was about 2 p.m., and the number of people out and about around the complex at that time, we came to the conclusion that it was just a curious neighbor or someone passing by happening to glance in, and with that, we forgot about it. And if only that was the end. For the next couple of months, odd stuff happened here and there. Someone would knock on the door occasionally, then when I went to answer, no one was there, and I'd find things in my apartment that I wasn't familiar with, or things like clothing items would vanish. I didn't really think twice about any of it, until one night. My boyfriend and I were arguing around 1 or 2 in the morning, and we were being a little loud. We were standing in the kitchen face to face, and his back was to an open window with the blinds up halfway, and I was facing it. Amidst our arguing, I glanced behind him at the window, thinking that I saw the reflection of my face in it. But the window was open, and it wasn't my face. There was a man with his face pressed almost against the window screen, watching us. Given the fact that we were arguing and it was late, I thought for a moment that it might have been a concerned neighbor walking up to the window to speak to us. A main walkway for the complex was right on the other side of the window. So I spoke to him. "Hello, can I help you?" I asked a little aggressively, thinking that a neighbor was intruding on our privacy. He responded to this by staring, unwavering and cold, right at me. His face did not change expression. He didn't blink or move, and he just looked right at me in a way that I have never been looked at before or since. In this instant, I also realized that because of the window being level with the ground, the only way that this man's face could be where it was if he was laying on the ground outside of the apartment or crouched and contorted to look into my window. My heart sank, and I buried my face in my boyfriend's chest, and I closed my eyes in fear. My boyfriend, up to this point, thought that I was messing with him. When I buried my face in his chest, only then did he say, "Is there really someone at the window?" I whispered yes to him, and he felt my fear and took a moment before he turned around. By the time he did, the man was gone, It was at this point that I started to think about all the little odd occurrences that I'd been experiencing, and I assumed the worst. I filed a police report with his description, and my brother loaded my apartment up with weapons to protect me, or at least inform this peeping Tom that I was armed. After that night, myself, my boyfriend, and my brother were on high alert. There were a couple times when my brother came over that he saw a sketchy dude hanging around, and even one time he saw him at my window. He tried to follow him discreetly, but the guy took off running as soon as my brother stepped in his direction. The last night that I had an experience with this man, I was sitting home alone on my sofa. My boyfriend was at work at a restaurant about 2 blocks away, and he had picked me up from work an hour earlier. We had sat on the sofa together a little while when we got home. Then he kissed me and left for work, locking the door behind him. After he left, I continued to sit on the couch and on Reddit for a while in silence. And after about an hour of me sitting there in silence, I hear a door creak open. It's a small apartment, so to see the bedroom and bathroom doors from the couch, all I had to do was lean a little to the left. I assumed it was one of my cats coming out of my bedroom. So you can imagine my shock when I lean over and see the door that's opening is the door to the water heater closet or our small storage space. I look to my right and see both my cats sleeping soundly at the other end of the couch. I look back to the door and it's still creaking open very slowly. It opens enough for me to see it. A set of fingers wrapped around the door, easing the door ever so gently to open it as quietly as possible. That was gonna be a no for me, dog. I ran my ass barefooted out of the door, into the snow, and down the street to my boyfriend's work. I called the cops. When everyone was back to check out the apartment, he was, of course, gone. After that, my boyfriend and I packed our shit, went to stay with my parents, and 6 months later moved 1,000 miles away from that town. And that was the end of it. I initially found this sub around that time, as I was trying to find other stories similar to mine, or people to talk to who had experienced something like I did. I had intended to write my story here eventually, and I figured after this week's events that I really had to. I live 1,000 miles away from where all of this happened, so a part of me thinks that there's no way that this person could have found me. But last week, I heard a knock on the front door of my apartment. I was expecting a package, so I figured it was a delivery driver, and I didn't answer. I'd go get the package later, I thought. Then they knocked again, and again. The third one made me feel uneasy, so I waited a good 20 minutes to check the door. When I did, there was no package, no note, no nothing. Someone was just knocking, and although it made me uneasy, I didn't initially think back to my stressful experience in my last town. Then, 2 days ago, I went out to get groceries. I have a little patio, and I go out there in the mornings to just chill or check on plants a lot, and I've been known to leave it unlocked in the day on accident. I never thought of it as a huge deal, until I came home from the store 2 days ago, and the deadbolt to my apartment was locked. The deadbolt that can only be locked from the inside of the apartment, period. I assumed someone robbed me because I dumbly left my patio unlocked. I called my sister, and I called my current boyfriend. I waited for people to be with me, and I went into my apartment through the sliding glass patio door. Nothing was out of place. Nothing of value was taken. And at this point, my heart sank. Nothing was touched, nothing stolen, but someone was inside my apartment just because they wanted to be inside of it. And I told my boyfriend about my stalker, and he is not taking the shit lightly like my past boyfriend. I filed a police report, and we checked for recording devices and cameras. He put Nest cameras up all over the place, and we are on high alert. I truly hope that this is just a coincidence, but if this man really followed me across multiple state lines, there is no one on this earth that I'm less interested in meeting. For some context, I was a 17-year-old girl in college at the time of this story. One semester, I had this awesome schedule wherein I didn't have class every Friday, so I usually spent the day hanging out with my then boyfriend. On this particular Friday, I had to meet my friends at school for group work. Probably 2 hours later, we were done and I spent the rest of the day with my boyfriend. He couldn't send me home because he had an important thing to attend to at 6 p.m. So, he dropped me off at this particular mall at around 5 p.m. I already told my dad beforehand to pick me up after he got off work, and my dad agreed, so I waited. I walked around like any teenager, but unfortunately, my period started and I had the worst cramps ever. The kind of cramps that rendered me immobile. I was on the second floor and I spotted a bench on the ground floor. Now, this bench was beside the mall fountain and about 50 steps from an entrance or exit. My dad usually picked me up from this entrance, so I assumed that he would pick me up from there. I went down the escalator and I noticed a man hanging around the railings, just admiring the fountain. I didn't care too much because a lot of people do that. I finally settled down because my cramps were getting even worse. And mind you, a lot of people were hanging around this area. It was fairly crowded, so I didn't feel off, just sitting there alone. I didn't feel too good, so sitting there at that time sounded like a good idea. I played a game on my phone to pass the time, and after a few minutes of sitting down, probably around 15 minutes or so, this middle-aged man sat beside me. I looked at him and realized that it was the same guy checking the fountain. This bench was long and no one was sitting on the other side, and being naive, I didn't say anything and ignored him. He then started talking to me. "What's your name?" I smiled because I didn't want to be rude, and I answered him with some fake name. Then he answered what I was doing, which I answered, "I'm just playing a game." Then he said, "Can you show me how to play?" I smiled nervously and just stopped playing. I started looking around, tapping my foot out of anxiety. Then he started saying stuff like, "You know, I have money, and I worked really hard to save up." And then he added, "You're pretty young, so you gotta start saving up while you can. I know I don't look like much, but my account says otherwise." Mind you, I didn't even ask him anything. He just kept rambling about his money. And gradually, he got closer, but then he asked, "So, do you have a boyfriend?" I replied, "Yeah, I do. He's on his way now." Then he said, "A pretty girl like you shouldn't be waiting this long. Let me take you home." When he started saying these things, my heart started to race. I nervously laughed and said, "No thanks, he's on his way." He then asked, "Where do you live? I'll take you there. I don't mind spending for you." I kept trying to maintain a distance between us, but he kept inching closer to me. Then he said, I don't have a lot of money, but I can give you the whole world." I was getting so scared, so I stood up and just started walking away. Unfortunately, this man started following me. I picked up the pace and started brisk walking at this point, and he did too. I saw a mall guard by the entrance of the mall, so I ran to him and just stood beside him. He was probably confused, but he didn't say anything. Unfortunately, the sight of the mall guard didn't exactly deter him. He stood by this pillar across me and just waited. I was so determined not to leave the mall guard who was busy inspecting bags. The man probably waited for 3 minutes before he walked up to me. And at this point, I was in tears. Like, why wouldn't he leave me alone? He walked up to me, grabbed my hand, and kissed me on my cheek. He said, "It was nice meeting you," while saying my fake name, and then he walked away. I started crying at this point, and the mall guard asked me if I knew the guy. He asked me several questions and said he didn't intervene because he thought that I knew him. He noticed that I was extremely uncomfortable and asked if I wanted to give a statement with their head mall guard. The mall guard was able to take a good look at the old man and wanted to do some sketch so other guards would be alerted. I declined since my dad arrived and was waiting for me in another entrance at the opposite side of where I was. The security guard let me go, and I ran so fast to where my dad was waiting. I never told my parents because I was scared that they would get mad. I'm 26 now, and I still walk around that mall alone. But I never sat back on that bench in fear that that guy was still lurking around. So, to the mall stalker, let's not meet again. So I, a 13-year-old female, lived in an apartment building with my 40-year-old mom. My mom is married but separated. Before her and her husband separated, we lived in an apartment down the street, and we had a neighbor who I'll name M. M would constantly make my mom feel uncomfortable. For example, when my mom would get home and do the laundry, she would put on her lazy bra. He happened to also be in the laundry room, and he was talking to her and nudging her as some people do when making jokes and talking. But he was constantly nudging her around her top area, which made her uncomfortable. So, fast forward 5 years, they separate, and we move down the street. Come to find out that he lives right next to us. When my mom would leave out of our apartment, so would he, and pretend to go get the mail. The first couple times seemed as a coincidence, but it just kept happening. So about 2 weeks ago, we were going somewhere, and my mom had to pick me up from home. She had to go inside for a moment, and I was ready to go, so we just swapped keys. I'm waiting in the car, sitting on the driver's side with my cousin. He pulls up and is staring at me, so I make sure that the doors are locked. He then gets out, and I see him in the mirror walking up to the car. I ignored him, but then he knocks on the window. He started talking, but I don't know what he said because I didn't roll the windows down. I was so scared that I stayed on my phone until my mom came out. I haven't seen him since, but I have kept my pocket knife on me every time that I'm alone. I'm a relatively small 19-year-old girl. Just a few hours ago, I was on my way home, leaving the train station near where I live. It was already dark outside, and not many people were around. Normally, that wouldn't creep me out because this area is quite peaceful. But today, someone followed me for a good 5 minutes. So, right after I left the train station, I noticed a young man walking in my direction. I thought he was headed towards the trains, so I didn't pay it any mind. I lighted my cigarette. Well, I live in Europe, so it's legal, and then went on my way. Somewhat weird, because I thought that I heard footsteps behind me. But because I was wearing solid boots, my own steps were too loud to make anything out. Also, I did just walk away from the trains and towards a big street, so it's not unusual that people are headed the same way as I am. After quite some time, I heard a soft, "Excuse me," behind me. Then again, a bit louder, "Excuse me." I turned around, and the same dude that went in the opposite direction as me at the station walked behind me slowly getting closer, and stops about a meter away from me, still tall enough to tower above me. I'm frozen in place, grabbing my umbrella a bit tighter and making myself look as big and as confident as I can as he breaks the silence with the most ridiculous question. "Do you have a boyfriend?" No. But now that you ask, yes." He kind of just stands there for a second, then turns around and walks away. I was scared shitless at that moment, and on the rest of my way home, I turned around 3 or 4 times because I didn't want him to follow me and know where I live. But eventually, I got home safe and nothing happened to me. And I don't know, maybe he just wanted to ask if I was single and maybe have my number. But dude, it's freaking dark outside and you followed me for quite some time. No, just no. That's fucking creepy as hell. Don't be like that, guys. Please. Just don't. I met Sean when we were in the same grade 6 class in 2001. We hardly spoke and he was mildly bullied due to his learning disability and awkwardness. He left the school the next year, and I never thought anything of him. In 2005, I received an MSN request and recognized his name and accepted. He asked me out on a date, claiming that he had always had a crush on me. I wasn't too alarmed and even flattered that he had remembered me after a few years. But the date was terrible and uncomfortable. He would constantly try to grab and kiss me, resulting in me telling him that I wasn't interested in dating him and that his behavior was inappropriate. He apologized and we became friends, but I kept him at a semi-safe distance. For years, he would ask me out and constantly try to grope me whenever I was around him, which was rarely. But after I finally cut him off, he began showing up at my work. And then the blackmail started. Sean would claim that I owed him money for things that didn't exist and demanded that instead of money, I send him nudes. At this point, I was in a serious relationship with my now wife, and I blocked him on everything after this. And while demanding nudes, also claimed that he wanted to move in with my wife and I and donate his sperm to us. A few months later, he had been completely radio silent. I had a pretty wicked operation that left me bedridden for months, as they had inserted rods into my legs, thus unable to walk for 6 weeks. One night, shortly after my surgery, my best friend was over at my house. She was supposed to go home, but instead ended up staying the night as I was home alone and she wanted to make sure that I was okay. At around midnight, my front door, which was always locked, opened, and Sean starts to walk into my basement where I was recovering. He was in absolute shock when he saw my friend sitting there. "What the fuck are you doing here?" My friend got up and started yelling at him, and he ran out of the house like a bat out of hell. I never heard from him ever again, on anything. And after he left, my friend turning to me and said, "What if I wasn't here?" Well, I don't want to know. I was 17 when this happened. I spent the night at a friend's place, and it was still quite warm outside, still summer, so I decided to walk home from the little get-together. There were about 10 of us, and all of us carrying on and watching movies. Nothing exciting. I gave everyone a hug and a kiss goodnight. I had a can of drink and began to walk home. My house wasn't far. It was just a couple of blocks, and the night air was pretty pleasant. The area was known for being safe too, and I forgot how many times I walked back home without any issues. I said my goodbyes and set off. It was quiet, and I was enjoying being out in the fresh night air. A man walked past me. Most men are pretty considerate and will try to show that they aren't dangerous. I expected to hear his footsteps, but I didn't. I tried to discreetly look over my shoulder at him, and he just stood there, watching me. I felt a shiver go down my spine. I didn't recognize him from anywhere. Immediately, I wanted to run home, but did my best to hide my fears. I doubled my speed, trying and failing to look unbothered by the situation. He then changed directions and began to follow me. I fiddled around in my pocket for my phone, and the short journey seemed so long, and I called one of my friends. "Hey, how are you?" I greeted her brightly, trying to be discreet. I didn't think at that time that I should call the police or something. I figured at that time that hearing that if I was talking to someone, he might think twice about actually starting something. "Hey, did you leave something here?" "Nah, I just wanted to talk." Thing is, I never want to call, and I hate talking on the phone, so she was pretty suspicious. "Are you sure you're okay?" He didn't seem to care, and I kept walking and he wouldn't stop following me. The pace of his footsteps increased, and I walked faster, and I knew that I shouldn't have gone home. I wanted to be where it was safest. I knocked frantically on the door, hoping for one of my parents to open the door. He didn't run towards me, and he waited on the path and watched. I could barely see his face. Then, I heard footsteps again behind me, and my knocking became more intense. When the door finally opened, I practically leapt inside, and my dad gave me a confused look. I pointed outside and said that some creep was following me. My dad is a big guy, and he is a teddy bear, but he can be scary though, and he opened the door, and the guy ran off. Every so often though, when I'm home alone, I'm sure that I get a glimpse of him, staring in through one of my windows. Creepy Lunger Tried to Follow Me Home by u/playful_nature2131. Yesterday, I popped into the little Tesco in my town as I was making something, and I realized that I had no onions. Usually I wear a mask, but my nephew had left teeny chocolate handprints on my white mask, so it was in the washing machine. I'm fully vaccinated, so I didn't think that it would be an issue, when I was literally grabbing onions and paying by card. Plus, masks are no longer compulsory here, and I'm just paranoid as I live with someone high risk. As I walk in, a guy who is probably a little shorter than me also walks in at the same time. He smiles and then says hi to me. I'm a smiley person and I will be friendly to anyone, so I say hi back, smile, and then walk on. He goes down the crisp and chocolate aisle and I head for ready meals and fetch. But out of the corner of my eye, I can see his head following me as I walk past. I know I'm a pretty girl, but I'm also relatively large, and while I do get attention from men, not usually so full on watching me go kind of thing. I thought nothing of it at that time. It was a little flattering, so I got my onions and then walked to the till. The man was stood directly in front of me, and no issue, until he turned around and smiled at me. I smiled back, then looked away. I kid you not, guys. He starts doing lunges, like actual lunges in front of me. Then, stretching his leg up behind his back and twisting his torso to look back at me. I am pretty uncomfortable at this point, so I'm avidly reading the wine rack. There's a wine called beefsteak wine, and I'm super confused. Well, I don't really drink, and I'm confused as to why it's called that. Is it a beef-flavored wine? Or is it specifically for beef and steak pairings? God, I hope it's the latter. And all the while, this guy is still lunging and twisting and trying to smile at me. Finally, the old dear in front has all her stuff in her granny trolley and then shuffles off. The man in front buys his cigarettes and chocolate bar and goes to stand by the front door. I'm feeling super uncomfortable at this point because he is literally staring at me while I buy my onions. I pay and go for the door again, avoiding eye contact and just acting like I'm in my own little world. But he doesn't seem to take the hint. He stops me at the door. He says, "Hi, I'm John Smith. Can I get your number?" I deadpan just say no and start walking to my car. I'm not sure what happened next, but a second later, an older gentleman with a West Highland Terrier has stopped in between us and said, "The girl said no. Leave her be." I thank the older man, avoiding the other guy's eyes, and go to my car. He ran to his van and gets in and waits. I just have a bad feeling at this point, so I drive out of the car park and go the opposite way to my house. Thinking back on it, it was probably a really stupid move of mine because I drove in the direction of nowhere. Like, the next town is 30 miles in the direction that I drove in, with a ton of small villages in between. The nearest building 9 miles away, and like I said, not smart at all. And just as my instinct said he would, John Smith starts to follow me. He is in his white van, and I'm in a little car, so the windy roads and random side lanes did come in handy. I ended up driving 17 miles out of my way in a giant semicircle to get home. He followed me for at least 8 of them, before he lost me going up a large bendy hill that opens onto a blind crossroad. Just to ensure that I wasn't being paranoid, I'd take turns that make no sense and pretty much done a circle before driving onwards. It started out as semi-flirting thing in a supermarket, turned into me nearly killing us, both speeding round tight corners scared to stop. I honestly don't understand the entitlement of people that think that this kind of behavior is acceptable. I do have his number plate, and I'm probably going to report him to the police, to be honest. And I have the entire thing on dashcam. Crazy Beauty Queen Stalker by U/Throwaway Glitter Bomb. This is a long story, as it's been over 5 years in the making. I've actually posted this story before, but there are some really good internet detectives here on Reddit, and they were able to figure out the ex-beauty queen's identity, and mine too. I don't really care if I give up my identity, but I didn't want it to be on my actual account, so I deleted it a while back. The catalyst for me to repost it today on a throwaway is that it's cathartic. Last week, yet another court date for ex-beauty queen stalker came and went. We'd been expecting things to proceed with her entering a plea of guilty or not guilty, but no such luck. All we got was another vague reason as to why she's not ready and a new court date issued months from now. There have been many court dates since she has been arrested, and it's been over 18 months since she's been arrested for her continued stalking and harassment, and she still wants to drag things on to seemingly try and stay relevant in our lives. Well, anyway, on to the story. To recap, my husband dated a beauty queen title holder of a well-known pageant before me, and they broke up long before we met. She was a statuesque blonde, very tall, a knockout in her day, in my opinion. And this is somewhat important to the story, I guess. But while she was a dazzling pageant winner on the outside, on the inside, oh boy, she could be charming and beautiful if she needed you. But mostly, she treated people around her terribly, including my husband, and he eventually broke it off with her. But she never went away. She would continue to call and email repeatedly even after my husband and I met. If anything, her calls increased. She would call over and over again, day and night, even after my husband, then boyfriend, blocked her number. She would ask for money and then threaten to go to the police claiming that he abused her if he didn't give it to her. Well, he obviously didn't give her money, and this made her very upset. The threats increased and became more malicious, but when that didn't work, she would switch tactics and try and sweetly ask for help with certain projects as she was trying to get off the ground, with a promise that if he just did this one last thing for her, she would go away. He did not reply, so she would go back to being malicious, any tactic for attention or for what she really wanted, money. My husband was terrified because, of course, while he never did anything to her, it would be her word over his, and he was terrified of ruining his reputation and career. We unfortunately ended up at an event that she also attended. She had been waiting for us to arrive and had placed herself near the entrance of the event. And as we walked in, she stood across the room, looking me up and down, laughing and whispering into the ear of her date, making a point to try and make me uncomfortable. But that was okay. She was easily ignored until she ambushed me as I came out of the bathroom. She had been clearly waiting for a moment that I was alone, and she towered over me, as she was very tall, and I had no intention of having it out with her. And as I hurriedly walked to find my husband, she kept paced beside me, hunched over so she was at my eye level and her head turned towards me. She was like a caricature of herself as she ambled beside me, smiling maniacally. "Where is your man?" she hissed in her heavy accent. Her eyes were black and she looked like out of a Tim Burton movie, hunched over with that crazy demonic smile. "Watch your back, pug," she added, grinning. She liked to call me names like Pug because I own pugs, and I guess she thought that this was an insult. What I didn't know then was while I was in the bathroom, she had walked over to my husband and had thrown her arm around him while he was in mid-conversation with someone, and introduced herself to the man he was talking to, as if she and my husband were together. My husband unwrapped himself from her clutches and told her to beat it. She then beelined and waited for me to come out of the washroom. We stopped going to the parties. The last time we ran into her was at a funeral for a mutual friend. She followed me around at the wake. As my husband was talking to the man's widow, I was talking to a friend and his wife. She walked right up and stood with us, joining us mid-conversation as if she were part of the group. It was unnerving, but also bizarre. It was a funeral, and I didn't want a scene, so I silently picked my wine glass off the bar and walked away, leaving her with a couple that I have been speaking to, and her staring at me with a smirk on her face. All in all, annoying, but manageable. However, the emails, calls, they never stopped. She would call my husband over and over, day and night, even though he had long blocked her number. She would drive by, and I found my car keyed one night after that I left it outside, but obviously I couldn't prove it's her. But enough was enough. But obviously I couldn't prove it was her. But enough was enough. My husband had a lawyer send a cease and desist. After the first, she called him from a private number. He answered, and she said, "Hi, it's me," in a sing-song voice like they were the best of friends and that he hadn't just sent her a lawyer's letter ordering her to stay away from him and his family. He said nothing and hung up. Another cease and desist was sent, then a third, but nothing would make her go away. She did not actually think that my husband was capable of not wanting to be with her because, her beauty. Eventually, though, she got pissed that he was not giving in. So, she decided to take this rage onto the internet. I knew that she was absolutely checking out my social media, but I don't really use it as much, so I didn't care. However, she created a fake Twitter account and tweeted my husband's name, and then said that he was a fraud, and then tagged his colleagues, friends, investors, and even family members. Every single person she could think of to try and ruin his reputation and career. On New Year's Eve, she even posted on my Instagram account at exactly 12:01 a.m. "Happy New Year, crud." Social media settings were all put to private then. We went to the police armed with the emails threatening to give her money or she would go to the police. She was charged with 2 counts of harassment and a restraining order was put to place. To our shock, the next day after her arrest, our phones were buzzing. This story had made front page news. Her day in court came right before COVID, and we arrived to the courthouse and sat down. She walked in, and we were shocked by her appearance. Actually, shocked is an understatement. She was unrecognizable from her former self. Gone was the statuesque dazzling blonde. She had apparently shaved her head and was wearing a short ratty brown wig. She had gained about 80 pounds and was now sort of hunched. With her height and new girth, she looked like a linebacker. She wore a bulky brown overcoat and a scarf tied over her wig like a babushka, and my immediate thought was, her outside now matches her inside. But it was her eyes that I noticed the most. About a year earlier, we had shown a photo of her to our kids so that if she ever approached them, they knew to run. At that time, my son, who was young, commented that she had mean eyes from the mouth of babes. Maybe it was that she had changed so much physically overall, but her dark eyes had narrowed into deep black slits. As she scanned the courtroom and saw us in court, she would turn around every so often to look back at us and glare. She would then whisper in her lawyer's ear and laugh as if she were having a grand time. She thought she was putting on a brave face and treating it all like a joke, but we were about to find out that getting arrested wouldn't slow her down. The restraining order didn't seem to faze her at all. If anything, it angered her more. From then on, every day, night and day, she would post from multiple fake social media accounts, posting photos of myself, of my husband. She would put up my husband's photo with a caption, pedophile, or other terrible names. She posted altered and unflattering photos of myself, and she called me old, ugly, and those are the G-rated ones. Listen, I'm no beauty queen myself. The name calling, while obsessive and gross, wasn't what bothered me most. Although, I'm not going to lie, seeing hundreds of photos of myself on her fake Twitter account, calling me ugly and obsessively pointing out every single perceived flaw, did succeed in getting me down at times. But why did I keep on looking? Because it was like getting a glimpse into her unraveled mind, just in case it was a clue of what she was capable or thinking of doing next. Because it wasn't her insults post that fazed me. What bothered me most were the sinister captions like, "Keep an eye on your kids, because I'd be watching," or "Why don't you plant some flowers in your front yard?" or "Be good to your kids because you never know what could happen." And "How was your Uber Eats order?" She would post pictures of me with an arrow directed to my head, which I perceived to be a gun to my head. She posted pictures of my husband's workplace, which she was not allowed to be near, in accordance to the restraining order. But the police said that this could be just a picture she took from the internet. She posted Agatha Christie quotes like, "Every killer is usually someone you know well," or "Your end is near." Her Twitter profile banner picture was taken from a movie poster and said "Stalker," like she was in on the joke. We called the police again, but they said there wasn't anything they could do since she didn't explicitly tag us. I took screenshots of everything. Many of her posts were nonsensical, but most were photos posted of us on this fake account, all altered with derogatory or ominous captions. But we couldn't get her shut down. I became anxious anytime my kids were outside shooting hoops in the driveway. My elderly mother wouldn't take the baby out in the stroller because she was too scared. It affected all of our lives, and life became dramatic. Ex-beauty queen would taunt us with, "Catch me if you can." She posted close-ups of her dog's genitals or a piece of her dog's shit with my name beside it, and the implication is obvious. It bothered me she now had a dog, since I didn't think someone like her was capable of caring for anything living. Then, the calls started back up, this time to our home line. Yes, we still have a home phone. She would call and say, "Bitch," and then hang up. Or, "Karma will get you." And then weird chant-like calls as if she was reciting a spell. And sure enough, she posted photos of a pentagram and candles as some sort of altar and the caption, "Ring ring." Finally, the police asked us to come in and give video statements. We gave them a drive containing thousands of screenshots of posts that she had made, and they arrested her again and charged her with 2 more accounts of criminal harassment. My husband was angry at this point, but as Mama Bear, I just wanted this to get over with. She mentioned the kids frequently and ominously many times in her online rants, also calling them rude names, which I won't repeat here because these are the things that upset me most. The judge also issued a social media ban for her. By the time that she was rearrested for the second time, her fake Twitter account, which was literally mostly insults or references to my family, had 16,000 tweets in a 3-month period. She has no followers, so they were just to herself. The porn sites that I had been continuously tagged on stopped, and things quieted down tremendously. But I still get follower requests that I believe are her. But at this point, we were all on edge. I kid you not, I felt weird walking into my kitchen at night to make a sandwich, feeling creeped out as she was outside watching. And I put nothing past her, as nothing is more dangerous than a desperate woman who has nothing to lose. Which, by the way, was one of the quotes that she posted. I don't know what is wrong with her. I believe, from what I've researched, she's a malignant narcissist. Perhaps some other mental issues are at play here, but I can say that she was a terrible person long before she decided to try and make our lives miserable. Crazy beauty queen turned stalker. I would love nothing more than to never meet again, but if going to court helps you stay away from us forever, then bring it. As an aside, I wanted to mention that we heard from a reliable source that after my husband broke up with her, she allegedly became known to the police for other reasons. While my husband dodged the bullet regarding her threats to go to the police saying he abused her, apparently, other men have not been so lucky. I'm going to abstain from giving too much information because this stalker scares the shit out of me. Thankfully, he doesn't read English, so I hope that he will never find this post. Years ago, I moved to follow my boyfriend and to do a PhD in his country. I won't name the place, but it's an across-the-ocean type of deal. At first, I was very excited. It was a wonderful adventure. Until it wasn't. It's hard to describe the complexity of what I felt. I felt alone, misunderstood, far from my family and friends. And even though my boyfriend is wonderful, I really felt the weight of not finding any human connection. This could explain why I acted so weird and disconnected from reality in the following story. I'm also a very naive woman, and I like to see the best in people around me. This has been problematic more than a few times, but this story may be the worst example of where this candid attitude got me. My boyfriend and I are into BDSM. We do it alone and on our own, and we don't really participate in any events or anything. I do have an account on a known BDSM website. I go there to find new ideas for our sessions, and I sometimes, but rarely, post pictures. No face, no tattoos, and I often wear wigs. I get contacted by interested doms once in a while, even though I clearly state that I'm not free. Usually they send copy-paste messages, so I just ignore them. But once in a while though, I'd get a more personal message and make an effort to answer that I'm not interested and that I'm in a relationship. This is how my discussion with Nick started. He didn't approach me with a, "Hey, will you be my sub?" but with curiosity about how I got into BDSM, stating he was quite new to the domain and that he was interested in understanding the way of life. So I gladly explained. Explanations turned into discussions, and he told me he was in the police and that he investigated drug cartels. He also told me that he was married and that he had kids. We had a lot of hobbies in common, and I mean a lot. I won't go into details about those hobbies, but they're kind of specific. Feeling very lonely, combined with the fact that I felt that I could trust him because he was married and had kids, I accepted his invitation to start texting on WhatsApp. I want to be clear, my boyfriend knew about this from day one. Plus, we had been talking on this website for almost 3 months before switching to WhatsApp. He was very friendly and interested by my day-to-day life. He'd share pictures of his kids and of investigations that he was working on. This went on for another 3 months. Then one day, he told me that he had to interview a suspect close to the town where I lived and asked if we could meet for coffee. I agreed, and we met for the first time. Before anyone panics, my boyfriend was hiking with friends for a few weeks. I texted him, but he didn't have signal. Plus, we have a very trusting relationship. He has a lot of girlfriends, and back in my country, I hung out with a lot of boys. So this isn't weird for us. Now, back to the first encounter. It felt as if we had known each other for years. We had a great time from the beginning, and I was so happy that I'd found a friend far from my own country. He knew that I loved reading thrillers and enjoyed murder investigation videos, so he showed me his gear, handcuffs, sampling kits for small investigations, other restraints, and etc. It didn't feel weird at the moment, but afterwards, I kind of understood that this could have been a way for him to show off what he could do. However, as the night went on, after grabbing drinks from a nearby bar, he forced me against a wall and kissed me. I was shocked, really, and I barely managed to push him off me. I told him that it was inappropriate, that he was married, and that I was in a relationship, and he was really sorry and felt ashamed. He told me that he felt there was something between us, and I was like, "Yeah, it's called friendship." I was really disappointed, and then we parted ways. Days later, after he apologized over and over again, he called me to meet up. He wanted to take me for a ride in his hometown. It's a really pretty place, and he's got a bike, and he wants me to enjoy the scenery in this country that I barely know. So I agree. It's his hometown. He works there, and he lives there with his wife and kids. Surely I'll be safe. In short, I wasn't. Again, he kissed me, tried to push for more in the middle of a park where he brought his children to play on weekends. So I told him to bring me back to the bus station so that I could leave. He did, and then proceeded to tell me a story about how he had recently got a drug seller out of hiding by modifying text messages sent by his girlfriend. He basically made me believe that she was cheating on him to get him to confront her, and then arrested him. I don't know if it's true, and I don't know if it's possible, but due to what had just happened, what I heard was, "I can make your boyfriend believe that you're cheating on him." And my boyfriend was still on his hike by that time. We did talk once every few days, and I told him everything from the moment that he had some cell signal. Meanwhile, I was confronting Nick about that. His behavior was really strange. He went from, "I'm sorry, I think I'm in love with you," to, "If you tell the cops, who do you think they'll believe? Their colleague or an immigrant?" I got scared, and I tried to cool things down with him. I just felt he could go crazy at any moment. He clearly wasn't used to girls refusing him. And at that point, I thought it would be safer for me and my boyfriend to maintain contact with Nick, albeit with less enthusiasm than before. But after understanding how obsessed he was, I blocked him from all platforms where I knew he had an account. But he found me. He sent me my address, asking if I loved living in that particular part of town. I never gave him my address. Well, I guess he could pull some strings at the station to get my info. He even came to visit me at my job. I was so scared, and I just played it as if everything was okay. I told him that my boyfriend wanted me to cut ties with him because he was angry about what had happened, which was true, but I also wanted him out of my life. I didn't know how he would react if I told him, however. Nick insisted that I loved him, that I could be his mistress, and that my boyfriend didn't have to know. He was obsessed by me, and he didn't hide it anymore. He told me how he wanted to fuck me, and how we'd be a great couple, how he'd father our kids, and he went from "I'll be husband material" to serial rapist in a matter of seconds. I refused, again and again, blocking him, changing my accounts, and many more, and I got scared when I got calls from unknown numbers. I was terrified when I saw anyone slowing down on a motorcycle close to my apartment. I was wary of going outside and going to my job. The quarantine was welcome for me, really, and I didn't get any news from him for months. And then I broke my cell phone. I knew I could transfer all of my numbers from one phone to the other, but I didn't know it would unblock previously blocked numbers. Days later, I got a message from him. He told me that he had divorced his wife and that he had still loved me and that he wanted to marry me. He apologized for making me believe that I was only mistress material and that I was worth so much more. He said that my boyfriend didn't love me and that I deserved better and that he was waiting for me. When he saw that I saw his message, he said, "Finally, I thought you'd never unblock me." Does this mean that he had been sending this message over and over again in hopes that I'd finally see it? That narcissistic man used all the manipulation tactics he knew. He had told me before we met in person how he had learned those skills to toy with criminals, to have them tell the truth and admit to crimes. Well, fortunately, I had dated manipulative men before and knew the signs. Basically, he wasn't used to not getting what he wanted. He was attractive, rich, interesting, and he knew that. I blocked him again, and we moved a few months later. I just hope that he doesn't get his hand on this information. I believe Nick's last move was trying to hack into my Instagram, as I got a notification that someone from his hometown had tried to connect to my account. So, obsessive cop who chased me for over a year. let's never meet again. Tonight, my kid got an invite to go to a friend's house. We live in the burbs, but there's still a lot of farmland and rural houses in driving distance. This friend lives pretty far out into the farm country at the far edge of the school district, so not a lot out there. I never drive fast, but I drive especially slow on the back roads in the country for a lot of reasons, but that was especially true tonight. It was pouring rain and getting dark, visibility was poor, and I had no idea where the hell I was. Because I drive so slow, I'm used to cars piling up behind me, so I pull over a lot to let people pass. So tonight, I dropped him off and started back home. Not long after I left their house, I noticed this beat-up white car behind me tailing me. Cars tailing me is nothing new, but the weird thing is there was plenty of room to pass, but they never did. At some point, I decided to pull over into a driveway and let them pass because clearly I was driving slower than they wanted to go. The driver was a male, the passenger was female, and they stared me down as they passed, like craning their necks kind of thing. After they passed, I started on my way again. I passed through a little town, and I mean like a handful of houses, a couple of very small stores, and maybe a gas station. Then it was farmland again. After I passed the town, I looked back and noticed the exact same beat-up white car tailgating me again. That same fucking car must have pulled over somewhere in the town and waited for me to drive through so that they could get behind me again. I pulled over a second time down the road because by now, it was raining harder and I didn't even feel comfortable going 45, so I had like 5 cars behind me that time. And I was also kinda hoping to lose them. I didn't see where they pulled over the second time. As I was getting ready to enter the city limits, I noticed them behind me again. The first time creeped me out, but there was still an outside chance that they just happened to pull over for mundane reasons that had nothing to do with me. You know, like answering a text or etc. But there is no way that it happened twice. They were following me. And now I'm panicking. I don't want to lead them to my house, so I went to the grocery store. Hindsight 2020, I should have parked in front of the police station, but the closest very public place was the grocery store. There were cameras and a ton of people, and it's very well lit even at night. I parked in the spot closest to the door so that I could dash in if I needed to. I locked my doors and just sat there. They circled the lot a couple of times, and I lost sight of them after that. I assumed that they left, and I drove around the parking lot a couple times, but didn't see them, so I went home. I am so creeped out. This is an incident that occurred when I was around 9 years old. Even today, at 34, I still think about what could have been. As a child, my parents both worked full-time and sometimes they couldn't find or afford a babysitter when I had winter, summer, and spring break. So I would be home alone until either of them returned from work. There were 2 main rules. Number 1, never answer the door. And 2, don't play too close to the windows in case someone is watching. I was 100% guilty of hanging near the windows. I liked the lighting, and I was a bored kid. Come on, no one had ever knocked on the door before while I was alone. So, my father leaves for work and he goes over the rules again. After a few hours of playing near the window, someone knocks on the door. I freeze and I don't answer. They knock again, and at this point, in my little mind, I'm thinking that it has to be someone I know if they're knocking twice. So I answer. I open the door and there is an intimidating woman with a clipboard wearing a hat with an American flag on it, very official looking to a child. She asks how old I am. I lie and I say that I'm 12. She says that she's from an institution that I can't remember. She tells me, "You're a liar. You're home alone and it's illegal. You have to come with me now. Let's go." I start crying very loudly because I'm scared to get my parents in trouble. And after all, this woman is an adult. She must be right? I almost went with her. I started crying even louder, and a neighbor made a noise in our complex, and the lady all of a sudden tells me, "Never mind, it's okay. You don't have to come with me. Shh." She hurried off, and at the time my parents weren't doing well financially, so I didn't have landline. Cell phones? Not in 1996. I couldn't call my family, and I couldn't call 911. I waited all day for my dad to come home. I am assuming that she knew that I was alone because she had been watching me. And I never really spoke on that incident because I felt that it was my fault for breaking the rules. Someone knocked on my window at 3 a.m. by u/Vanessa5555. This summer, I decided to pick up some graveyard shifts at my current full-time job, simply because it pays more, and I'm a university student drowning in student debt. About 2 weeks ago, on the rare occasion that I get to sleep during the time that the sun is down, at 3:30 to 4 a.m., I was suddenly awoken by a loud sound. Me being half asleep, I honestly didn't know what the sound exactly was, so I just chalked it up to being one of my neighbors dropping something because I live in an apartment with very thin walls. So I just tried going back to sleep. After about 10 minutes of laying there with my eyes closed, I hear the sound again. But this time, I'm pretty much awake, so I recognize what the sound is immediately. Someone was knocking on my window. For context, I'm a single female living alone in a basement suite, so my windows are basically level with the sidewalk. Anyways, obviously I'm freaked out and I don't know what the heck to do. I don't want to move and make any loud noises so they don't know I am home, and I'm just frozen laying in bed. Then I hear the knocking again. I instantly bolt up as my fight or flight kicks in, and I run to the front door, which has my keys with my pepper spray on it. The keys clink together and make a noticeable noise, and the knocking starts to get more intense and loud. This is when I realize the window with the screen by my bed is almost all the way open because my cat likes to sit on the edge, and I forgot to close and lock it. I start to freak out. Already having major anxiety, I start looking for my phone just in case that I need to call the police. Me being fucking clumsy and shaking from anxiety, I drop my phone on the ground, and whoever is at my window proceeds to what sounds like slid either fingernails or a sharp object down the screen. I realize that this person's intentions are either to come in or scare me. So, like an idiot and not thinking, I run to the window as fast as I can and I slam it shut and I lock it while avoiding looking outside at whoever it was. The knocking stops and I wait about 30 minutes without hearing any knocking. I lay back down and go right back to sleep. The next morning, I honestly couldn't believe that even happened to me. I start to think maybe it was a dream. So I go outside and investigate, and I see an empty beer bottle and my ripped blanket. I text my only friend that knows where I live and ask them if they were messing with me. And they say no, which I figured because they don't drive and live quite far away. And the buses around my house stop running well before 3 a.m. So I called my landlord and told him what happened, and he says to ignore it and that this has happened before, which is really creepy. Anyways, I obviously recognize now that I should have done a lot of things differently and called the police right away. It hasn't happened since, and nonetheless, still super terrifying. But I can't afford to move again, so creepy bro knocking on my window, let's not meet again. The Man at My Window, Listening and Staring by u/Bit Shortage. This was 2004 when I was 20 and living in a small 2-level apartment on the main floor of a building. Out front, there were 3 stairs, then a deck, then 3 more stairs to the front door, and another little narrow deck that ran the length of the front of my apartment, which besides the door was all windows. The main floor was a tiny kitchen/living room, and a door to the hallway for laundry/parking access, all of which is totally visible from the windows. It was fall in Western Canada during daylight savings, pitch black early, and surprisingly warm for the season. I had all my windows open and hadn't closed the blinds as to get the breeze in, and was talking on the phone to my sister. I had my back to the windows, and when I turned around, I thought I saw something weird at the window. It was really bright inside, so I turned the main light off and see a man pressed against the window staring at me. I screamed, and I told my sister that a man is on my deck looking at me. He seemed to take off into the darkness, and I turned off all the lights inside, put the outside ones on, and I was babbling to my sister like, holy shit, a peeping Tom, so scary, I can't believe it. And then he just walks back up the deck. I screamed again. He's back! I have to call 911! I hung up and did, while his face was pressed against the window and it was still open. The windows were floor to ceiling with screen cracked open bottom sections that I had to open to the max and could for sure accommodate a determined person crawling in. He could hear me and the 911 call, but he didn't move. I had crouched down in the dark room and the main light was off so he couldn't see me, but I had the lights on beside the door to the hallway and on the stairs to the bedroom, and I didn't want to move and let him know where I was. I should have run into the hall and banged on a neighbor's door, but I was in shock, and after all, the cops are coming from a station 10 blocks away. They'll get here soon. right? Then the 911 operator said, "We can't find your address." I'm directly behind the rec center at X and Y, a corner unit unmistakable area landmark, and the only apartment building there. The man at the window starts banging on the glass. I was whispering, but I assumed that he heard me give panic directions repeatedly, and we both can't hear sirens. It felt like this would go on forever when he finally just ran off. I couldn't see far, and there were plenty of places to crouch and hide, so I was not sure at all. I peek out to see the police car, so I told the operator that they're here. But then, the car starts to drive away, and the operator told me to go outside and flag them down. I don't know why I actually did, because I was scared shitless, but when I did, they rolled down their window. "Ma'am, do you need help?" "Oh, you're looking for me, I think. I called 911. "We're just driving by, but what's the problem?" They never found the man that terrified me and made me feel so unsafe that I moved. But it was truly the cops not being able to find the only apartments behind a notable building that completely shook me. The frightening endnote: when I moved out, they tried to charge me because apparently the downstairs screens are shredded from my cats. The screens were pristine the day the creeper showed up, and that was the last time that I opened the downstairs windows or blinds, or used the front door. The property manager laughed and mocked me, called bullshit when I said someone cut them, until I showed her the police report. She lived there too, so suddenly it's not so funny. Watching Me Through the Barn Window by U/Girl Lock. We used to have a tiny barn on my property, and it was my job to milk our dairy goats every morning. So, every single morning at almost the exact same time, I'd be in the back corner of our lot to milk. It was in a fairly isolated area of our yard and between 3 neighbors' fields or pastures, which was intentional since goats can be talkative. So, it was right beside our neighbor's chain-link fence or grapevines. I'd sing fairly loudly every morning since there was generally nobody to be bothered, and it calmed down the goats. So, it was easy to know that there was a girl back there every morning and night. This particular morning, my mom had a bad feeling and made my little brother go with me. He was bored, so he messed around and collected eggs while I milked. There were little windows all around, including a wide one right behind me, and the doors were wide open, so I figured that he'd come back eventually. Well, I saw him walk past the doors and start talking to somebody. I figured it was the neighbor, so I didn't worry when he said, "Okay, I'll get my mom," and then took off. Then I heard the chain-link fence behind me rattle, and I turned around just in time to see a man launch himself over the chain-link fence into the neighbor's yard. He'd been watching me and waiting since before I got into the yard. I don't know what he would have done if my mom hadn't made my brother go with me that morning. And I did get out of goat milking solo. Why I Have a Fear of Windows by U/Troubled Waves. I live in a small town. You blink and you miss it. The best we can boast about is a single stop sign and a gas station which we only have because of the nearby highway. any actual semblance of a town is 25 minutes away. So when things get scary out here, it's amplified. The occasional homeless person is no big deal. They're often drifting through. Drug addicts run rampant and will steal everything if they can from your house. But it's the normal out here. However, what happened a few years ago certainly wasn't normal. Originally, I was dead asleep in my bed. I only woke up because it was burning hot in my room. But it was summertime and not much that I could do. I just remember tossing and turning until I get a creepy feeling that fell into the pit of my stomach. I left the light on so I wouldn't trip and die if I had to pee in the middle of the night. But next, I glanced at the window directly across from my bed. I had no curtains, but I did have a shitty set of blinds. Part of the blinds are broken from wear and tear, and the crappy AC output beneath it would make them move back and forth, so you'd get a glimpse outside every so often. The yard light was still going, but what made me stop was the outline at my window. The figure of someone was directly at my window, almost like it was waiting for the blinds to move to watch me. I didn't have an imagination as a child. That had been trained out of me. But the sight was enough to pour every horror film into my head at that moment. I squeezed my eyes shut and pulled my blankets over my head and slept in a cloth oven that night. By the morning time, the figure was gone, and I remember running to my mom's room on the verge of tears in the morning, telling her about what happened. She laughed at me like I was an idiot and told me that it was probably just a stray cat that had climbed up there for one odd reason or another. I almost believed her, since my window was pretty high off the ground, but something didn't sit right. Later that day, when we were doing yard work, I glanced over at my window and saw one of our metal patio chairs had been pushed up to it. I pointed out to my mom, who proceeded to chew me out. "That's how the cat probably got up there, moron! Stop leaving furniture everywhere!" But I hadn't moved it. It was heavy enough that I struggled with it. So we moved it back, and so began a pattern. At night, I'd see the figure, complain to my mom, and we'd find a chair moved back every single morning. This went on for a few weeks. My mother stopped caring about my concerns until one morning, we saw where the outside screen of my window had been sliced open. I still remember her shaking her head and complaining about those damn stray cats that we had still yet to see. I could tell she was unnerved by that development, but I couldn't handle it anymore, and I opted to sleep in our living room that night. The only problem was, our kitchen and living room were connected, which meant there were always several windows. The first night of my move went well, and despite my back hurting from the couch, I avoided my room like the plague, and it wasn't about 4 days later that we ran into an issue. I woke up and glanced at the clock above the fireplace. It read a little past 3 a.m. I couldn't realize why I'd woken up until it happened again. There was a beam of light shining in from the kitchen window, almost like someone was shining a flashlight in. I saw it trace along the walls and land on the love seats across from the couch that I was on. I was mortified. When I told my mom, she continued to laugh at me. I gave in, and I decided that I would sleep in my dad's room, even though it had a gigantic window. He slept in the recliner with a huge TV, so I felt more safe having someone around. The yard light was directly outside the window anyways, and it seemed foolproof. That was until I woke up out of habitual fear and watched through the window across from my bed. Everything seemed normal as time dragged on, and I felt like a moron. Maybe my mom was right. That was until I saw a lone figure come out of the woods by the backyard shed, walk directly under the light, and head to the patio furniture like he'd been here plenty of times before. I still remember the large build the man had, and the confidence like he was the one who lived here and wasn't creeping around my yard in the dead of the night. I just remember listening to the TV until I fell asleep again, hoping to get another glimpse. My dad would have been pissed if I had woken him up. He was grumpy on a good day and terrifying on a bad day, and I didn't feel like risking it unless I had solid proof because I was scared. The next morning, my mom chewed me out again for the patio furniture, which was routine almost a month later. But this time, something new happened. She demanded that I stop playing in the toolboxes of the garage. A bunch of tools had been taken out and left on our doorstep. Screwdrivers, a large hammer, flashlights, and many more. But it wasn't me. I begged with my mom and pleaded with her. Just stay up with me one night. We couldn't close our garage because it was an open carport, and I wasn't going to get my ass beaten for touching tools because of someone else. It was driving me mad. And finally, she agreed. That night, we stay awake in the living room. I fell asleep before my mom did, but I remember her waking me up in a panic. She pointed to the window that overlooked into our garage, and we could see the top of someone's head as they walked back and forth. There was a sound of someone placing metal tools down on the brick steps, as if they were trying to be quiet, but couldn't fully muffle it. She whispered for me to go wake my dad. My dad was angry, having been woken up in the middle of the night by his frantic daughter. He grabbed his pistol and headed out of the back door towards the front of the house, where the garage was located. We heard my dad screaming and someone dropping tools. Then, the shot of a gun twice. The frantic footsteps pounding out of the garage felt like they were coming from my chest, and my mom peeked out of the window, then opened the door, and my dad stumbled in. He had missed both shots because of his unstable aim, but told us that there was a man crouching at our front door looking at our door handle. None of us slept that night, and in the morning, the law from the closest town arrived. They didn't do much besides ask if anything had been stolen or for a description of the man, and then told us to install cameras. That was it. They said the guy was probably just looking for something easy to steal for quick money. If that had been the case, then why hadn't he stolen the tools, the generator, the welder, or broken into any of the vehicles just sitting in the garage? We finally set up hunting trail cameras around the house, but nothing has happened since. Coming home from college for holidays, I still have nightmares about the incident years later when I sleep in my own bed. I don't know what he was looking for or why he did the things he did. But whatever the case may be, man at the window, let's not meet. This happened back in 2010 when I was 21. My best friend and I had blown off any sort of responsibility for a whole summer and chose just to party instead. It's probably no surprise that by the end of the summer, we were both evicted. We were roommates, and now we were condemned to our parents' houses until we got our shit together again. One night, we were at my mom's place playing Left 4 Dead until about 2 a.m. when Cam decided to call a cab and then head back to his mom's place. He had to use my phone to call the cab company because he forgot to pay his bill. Yes, I know. We were real winners at this point in our lives. This was also the days before Uber and Lyft, so you'd have to call the station and they'd send for a car over their CP thing. About 15 minutes later, we could see the cab waiting outside and he got in and left. 10 minutes later, I got a call on my cell phone from the cab company. I knew the number by heart, so I knew it was coming from the central station. And when I answered, there was a woman on the line whose voice immediately sent shivers throughout my body. "This is Badger Cab calling for Cameron. His cab has arrived." I was confused and responded with something like, huh? She said, "Tell Cameron to come outside, please." The voice was echoey and distant, like it was an auditory house of mirrors bouncing around a fog-drenched void. I wasn't sure why the voice was creeping me out so much, so I tried pushing it aside and just told her that he already left like 10 minutes ago. I glanced outside the window and saw a car idling outside on the street. It was parked a bit to the right of my house, so all I could see were the brake lights. I figured dispatch probably sent an extra cabbie on accident. I told her that I was sorry, but there must have been a mix-up because he already left. But the woman responded almost like she didn't hear me the first time. "Tell him to come outside," she repeated, but this time with a rigid bite in her tone. "He was already picked up," I repeated. There were a few weird noises for a second, like wind was blowing into the microphone. Then the call dropped. I redialed the number to the cab company and a man answered. I told him what had just happened, leaving out the creepiness of the voice, and let him know that they must have sent 2 cabs on accident. "I don't have any female cab drivers out tonight," the dispatcher told me. I thought to myself, maybe it was a guy with a high-pitched voice. He told me that the driver picked up my friend just fine a while ago, and that a cab driver wouldn't call through their landline like that anyways. When I told him there was a car idling outside and reiterated that there was 100% a woman calling and telling my friend to come outside and get in her car, he started getting very creeped out and worried. We both figured that someone must have had spoofed the cab company's phone number. It's actually pretty easy to do, but that didn't leave us with any comfort. Why was someone spoofing a cab company's phone number and waiting outside their customer's pickup location? How did she even know that Cameron had called for a cab? I hadn't talked to anyone, and Cam didn't have a phone. The dispatcher radioed his driver and made sure he had Cameron and that everything was fine. Then let me know that he was safe and almost to his destination. The dispatcher and I talked on the phone for a couple minutes, brainstorming what the hell could possibly be happening. And from his perspective, it's almost like someone is following and trying to lure a customer in their car, which is probably not good for business. After Cam made it to his mom's crib, he called me on the landline there to ask what was going on, and the only logical explanation he could think of was that it was this stalker that he's been dealing with for several years. He had a restraining order on her because she would follow him, break into his apartment, and wait for him to come home. I would do all sorts of weird, creepy shit like that. I'm not totally convinced that's what was happening though. How would she have known that he had just called for a cab on my phone? How would she have known where my mom lives? If he were leaving my actual place, or the place of one of our close friends, then that would be plausible. But we were pretty tucked away on the outskirts of town in a suburb, and my mom has a different last name than I do, so she couldn't have Googled it. But it's the most logical explanation either of us could come up with. So, it's the one that I'm betting on until someone throws out a better theory. This story goes way back to 1998 when I was 16 years old. I was with my two other friends, who I will call Ben and Jake for privacy reasons. So, it was a late summer evening on a Saturday, and I was sitting in my room listening to some 80s rock as teenagers back then would do. I got bored, and after some time, I went outside to meet Ben and Jake. We were chilling in Ben's garage for a while and drinking beer and smoking some pot. We got bored pretty quickly and went out to do some teenage shit. I remember we were walking down this narrow path by the woods and down towards a lake. Back in the late 90s, there was a popular hangout spot for teenagers there, so we were hoping for seeing some other kids there. But when we arrived, there was no one there except the sound of crickets out in the tall grass. We sat for a while on the bench and just talked for about 15 minutes. When Jake wanted to go to an old fishing hut by the lake, we all agreed on going inside and exploring it. We then entered the hut. While Jake and Ben were walking around and breaking shit, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. We went upstairs where there was an old wooden boat lying there, with a fishing net over it. We were kind of checking it out when all of a sudden, we heard the wooden door to the hut creak open. We could hear heavy footsteps entering down below, followed by heavy breathing, and we all stopped dead in our tracks and almost held our breath. There was around a 5-second break that felt like an eternity when suddenly, a man spoke in a drunken voice. "I know you're there. Come out, wherever you are, you little brats." The heavy footsteps started to walk towards the stairs as the old floor creaked underneath. Jake went inside the wooden boat and the rest of us followed, and we put the fishing net over our heads and didn't move. The man arrived upstairs and we could hear him stumbling around. "I can hear you." We were sitting dead still, but I could feel the fear in all of us. The man was walking around and moving stuff. I was thinking of a plan to escape without being caught, but we literally were like sitting ducks. Suddenly, we could feel the fishing net being ripped off. "Here you are." Jake reacted the fastest and pushed him away, so the man fell onto his back, and we all ran like hell out of there and through the tall grass into the woods. We could hear the man give a chase, but then he gave up, probably due to his drunken state. We all went back to Ben's garage and fell onto the couch out of exhaustion. Jake then told us that the man dropped the knife when he fell on the floor, and we all sat there in shock for the rest of the night. So to this day, I can't help myself but wonder, what would have happened if Jake didn't push the man? This happened to me during the summer of 2017. I'm a girl, and I was 19 during the events. I am going to stay vague regarding the details, the country where it happened, the origins of the people, and the name of the places, because I don't want to be recognized or cause bad reputation to any community. It is not really scary, but it's still creepy, and at the end of the story is so crazy that I still can't believe it to this day. I was living in an apartment with my family. On the parking lot, there were always several guys repairing cars. I used to come back home pretty late, and often I see these guys just talking and sometimes saying good evening to me. And at one time I got as a joke, "We kept you a spot." But nothing really inappropriate, and I would just answer politely. I had noticed that one of them had a tuned-up sedan and must be living in the same building as me, but a different entrance because in the morning, the car was parked there. It was a really recognizable car. And one morning, as I was going to my work, I realized that this car is parked next to mine. Well, he doesn't live far, so it's not that weird. But when I started to sit in my car, I realized that the owner is actually sitting in his car and looking at me, smiling. Well, okay, it's 8:30 a.m., so why not? I start to drive to get to my work, and I'm in this special roundabout where you have to stop inside if a car on the right is coming, which is the case, so I stopped. I'm looking on the right to see when I can go, and realize that in the second lane, the car is there, and as soon as I take the road for work, he's just right behind me. Even when we get real close, he is still there. I was working in a mall with the biggest hypermarket of the neighborhood, so I thought maybe he was going for groceries. And I get in the underground parking lot and park. He does the same and right next to me. I chose to ignore him and go for the escalator. Well, guess what he does? He does the same thing and starts to talk to me. "Hello, I'm Steve, and you?" "I'm Anna." "How old are you?" "I'm 19. "I'm 27. Is that a problem?" No." "Okay, so you work here?" "Yes." "Okay, well, see you tonight. Bye." So at this moment, I realized that he was not speaking the language well. I answered the questions because he didn't seem scary, and well, I really didn't want to make a scene. When he said bye, I thought, yeah, I see him every night in my parking lot with his friends, so it's normal. But when I finished work, the exact same thing in the morning happened, and while I sat in my car, I realized the guy was right next to me. Since I was surprised and he seemed really eager to talk to me, I got out and was like, "What are you doing here?" "I have something for you." Then he smiles really big. "What? No!" And he gave me a red rose. Embarrassed and shocked, I refused it a couple of times, but he kept on insisting. And I knew the only way that I would get rid of him would be to accept it, which I did, and then he left. I kept the flower in my car so my family didn't realize that something is happening, and I threw it in the trash can outside later. So this was the beginning of the week, and he started to wait for me after work to give me drinks or to ask me out for cinema or to a restaurant. And I refused everything, but ended up accepting the drinks to make him leave. In the weekend, I had a second job, and I had these late shifts in a fast food. It was my first shift there since everything happened, and I was closing the restaurant with 3 other colleagues. Since it's pretty dark and late, there was a rule that one of us had to leave first and drive around the restaurant to make sure that it was safe for everyone. I wouldn't do that normally, but this night, I had a really weird feeling that he might be there. So I volunteered for the drive. And well, right on the spot, he was parked next to my car. It was 1 a.m., so how long was he waiting for? I told him to go a bit further, otherwise, we can't leave, which he did. After my colleagues left, I stopped next to his car and opened the window just to explain to him why I reacted like that. And before I knew it, he opened his car door and got into my car. I just want to remind you that this man knew where I worked, where I lived, what my car looked like, and who my family was, and it was a neighbor, and that's why I never wanted to make a scene. But at this very moment, I was scared for my life. A 27-year-old muscular guy that I didn't know was in my car at 1 a.m. in an empty parking lot. He seemed talkative, and I didn't have any other choice, so I decided to listen to him and learn stuff about him too. He said that he arrived in the country in 2014 at the capital. He stayed there 2 years, and in 2017, he got in our neighborhood. I did the math and realized that a year was missing. I asked about it, and he answered, "I was in jail." "Why were you in jail?" "Well, I didn't have papers, and I made a car accident." Okay, it wasn't that scary in the end, which reassured me, and the guy said goodnight and then he left. There were many times where I checked the inside mirror and would see that he was right behind me. I wouldn't know since when, and even to this day, I check really often to know if a car is following me. Once, I was washing the dishes during a late shift. I had my phone and I was texting friends, which were 2 guys, to let them know when I was finishing so that we could meet. And when I was working, I had to leave my phone. And maybe half an hour later, a colleague comes to me and says, "Hey, your friend ordered at the drive-thru and asked for you." "Oh, yes, I told him that I wanted to meet later." I then took my phone and said, "So you came by? Were you alone?" "What are you talking about?" And at this moment I knew. I rushed to my colleague and asked her to describe the guy and the car. And well, it was Steve. There were so many cases of things like that happening. He followed me to my friends, threatened to reveal stuff about a friend to his dad that he knew. Also, one of his friends, Carl, who I spotted on my parking lot, had followed me a couple of times too. A friend who knew who Carl was told me that he was married, he had kids, and was like 40, and I was so shocked. One evening, around 10 p.m., I parked and saw a friend or neighbor getting home. It's been a while since we talked, so he said he'll be back in 2 so we can chat. And while waiting, I'm getting my stuff in the trunk. This is when the car parked behind me. It flashes its lights at me, and I didn't have to turn around to guess who it was. I had been patient, since nothing too crazy had happened, and I didn't want to scare or create problems to my family. But this night, I was pretty pissed off, and it was happening right next to my place. I threw my stuff and I rushed at the car. Both Steve and Carl were there, and I told them to leave me and to stop following me. Steve didn't say a word, and Carl just smiled and said goodnight, and I didn't answer and left. And well, it worked, because they didn't bother me for months. Steve changed his car and now had a black one, which was still a really recognizable car. He followed me a few more times, and one day, he tried to talk to me with a friend that could translate well what he said. Again, Steve didn't really speak the language well. I explained well to his friend that I wasn't interested, and it was the last time that I talked to him. However, months later, I see in my neighborhood this kid that I knew from sports. and I knew he lived in an apartment at about the same place as Steve. The whole thing was over, but it was always in the back of my head. I didn't really know who the guy was and didn't know if this would start again. So I was curious, and you know how curiosity is a bad thing. I started to talk to him. I was like, "Hey, do you know the guy that lives in your building?" I describe a physical trait of Steve to him. "Oh, yeah, this guy." And he also gives a description. I answer, No, the guy who owns a black car." "Oh, you mean my dad?" I froze. I have no idea how this conversation ended, since it's still a big shock even to this day. I know, I didn't tell him anything about his dad's behavior though. I knew this kid for so many years, and he was actually the son of this guy. And he had 3 or 4 brothers and sisters. Then I realized the guy had totally lied about his age because the kid was like 15, and I believed him like an idiot. But this is not the end of the stunning discoveries. A few days later, I met a friend who knows about these events and tell her that the kid, that she knows too, is his son. She looked at me so shocked and she said, "All this time, it was this guy? What? You know him?" "He left his country because he stole money from powerful people, and then he joined his family here, but he got in jail for suspicion of terrorism." "What?" And I remember that when he followed me, he would actually stop when I would drive in the direction of the police station. I just thought it was because he still had issues with his papers. She kept talking and showed me a video. "This is his wife here, and the second woman is his second wife. She was so tired of him talking to other girls that she went to their country to find a second wife." I just want to be precise here that my friend was coming from the same country as this guy, but she was born here, and that's why she had this kind of information. It's a small community, so they kind of all know each other. I was very lucky that nothing happened to me, and I still can't believe it. And I wonder how it could have gone if I acted differently. So this was 3 years ago, right before the pandemic hit, and it's now one of my favorite stories to tell, now that I'm no longer scared and I've moved 1,000 miles away and a few years' time has passed. So my husband was in the military during this time, and I was a housewife, due to work being hard for me to get in the area that I was in, as I can't drive and live off base. Well, any military person knows military schedule is pretty darn predictable, and much of our lives ran on an easy-to-memorize schedule, and to make matters worse, my husband was often gone for long hours. For about 2 to 3 months, I'd been seeing this guy wandering around my home and peeking in windows. Honestly, I didn't originally think much of it beyond being weirded out. We didn't have anything that would interest the robber. No TV, a single 7-year-old computer, a broken couch and a table, and a mattress on the floor. Literally nothing expensive in our home beyond a gun that was locked up in a safe that may have looked like it had stuff. But that's a lot of work for what looks like a home of people living in poverty. So I didn't think anything of it. Yet, he kept coming back when my husband was gone. I'd see him every few days or hear him due to my normally super sweet cat at that time hating him, hissing and yowling when he saw him, so I know that he was there when I hear my cat making an angry fuss. Well, one day, I went out with my husband, and I guess I didn't lock the door or something properly, as our lock would be a bit funny, and I was running late. According to our normal schedule, I'd have gone to base with my husband for family mandatory fun, and I'd have to come back home alone in an Uber, while my husband stayed on base to work or hang with his friends. What ended up happening was I fell sick with a migraine. I have hemiplegic migraine, so it can really be serious, and his sergeant told me to take me home and take care of me when he saw me. Now, before I go on, I should probably describe my old home. I lived in a 2-bedroom apartment complex in the mountains. It was a massive complex. My home layout was this. My front door led to my kitchen and dining area, and my kitchen and dining area wall next to my door was another glass door. Think a patio door. And across from my kitchen was my room. Then, you go down the hall and hit the living room that has another glass door wall next to the fireplace. And finally after that, you go across the living room at the end of the hall and you hit our guest room, or my plant room, cat's playroom or guest room, with yet another glass door wall. I was literally surrounded by giant glass doors. Then outside, we had a porch, and on the porch was a storage closet where I usually kept my bike as I couldn't drive due to my migraines and seizures. Now, back to the story now that I've set the scene. So when my husband brought me home again, not per our normal schedule, we came home to find our doors slightly ajar. We gave each other a look and went inside anyways, with me mumbling how I must have not locked properly due to us being in a rush that morning. We walked into the kitchen, where my husband immediately went to the fridge and started looking around for water for himself and me. He then spoke for the first time while in the fridge. Honestly, I don't remember what he even said. But then we heard something, maybe a few seconds after he spoke. Our porch glass door in the back of our home moved. We both knew the sound really well, as I liked to sit on the porch reading for hours, so I was always coming in and out. He then grabbed my shoulder and whispered to grab his gun from our room, and he then grabbed a butcher's knife and went towards the living room. I went and grabbed the gun, noticing on my way into our room, our living room glass porch door was wide open. Upon giving my husband the gun and following behind him, as I dialed 911 in my panic, saying that I had an active break-in, while my husband did a sweep of our home. And while I was on the phone upon coming back down the hall towards the kitchen to see if he went around back up and to the front, as we lived on a literal mountainside, and one side was blocked off out back. We heard our storage door out back that we forgot to shut slam open. Me and my husband ran out back where I found our storage door swinging open and just barely saw the same guy who had been spying on me in our home. He didn't end up coming back that day. I also later found that only things missing were some of my clothes, lingerie, and bathroom care products. The police showed up 4 hours later and took a statement from me and my husband. Eventually, my husband had to return to his normal schedule. I was terrified and he didn't like it, but we had no choice till we could find a new place in 3 months when our contract ended. The first week things were fine. He didn't come back yet, and my cat didn't yowl or throw any fits, so he didn't see him either, and things were fine that week. Then another week went by. I started to think maybe the gun we brought out scared him. No. The 3rd week, he ended up coming back while my husband was at work in the morning. He first tried the door and was trying to force it open, and then started banging on the glass next to the door. I put 911 on speaker and texted my husband while I panicked and cried. And while I was on the 911 call, he ended up leaving and giving up. And when I voiced that he walked away from the door, the 911 dispatcher lady spoke to me like I was being ridiculous for freaking out this badly over someone trying to get in my locked door. I hung up and finally called my husband while I had a full-on panic attack, and it turns out that he was already coming home with a car full of his and my friends, also in the army, whom worked with him, as they turned around towards me soon as I texted what was going on. He ended up going to the back door and trying both glass doors there as well, before finally giving up. And about 4 minutes later, my husband and his friends arrived and found me clutching my cat and crying. They ended up scanning the area and still didn't find him. The cops showed up 7 hours later, and I, very angry this time, gave another report. I ended up with 3 of the guys sleeping over in the spare room, and my husband and me slept in our now locked and bolted bedroom. Then the next day, me and my husband's friends went out and got and installed cameras in all our doors and window areas. After this last time, beyond him going back to looking into our windows 3 more times, I had never had another issue till I moved out shortly thereafter this, and since, I never saw him again. This happened last month. The area that I go to the gym in has good and bad parts. I am in the good part, but over the last month now, I'm not so sure anymore. I will also say that the area that I am in at the moment, we have had an issue with a guy who lives around the gym and likes to tailgate women and chase them in his car, and he seems to only do this when they are alone in the car. So basically, I had a guy follow me when I was walking home at night, but as someone who used to volunteer at an AOD center, nothing really phases me, and I am rarely scared. So there is me walking home, and as I am walking home, or at least around the corner from the gym, some guy in his 50s and 60s starts following me, and so I go a different route, and I lose him. I come back to the gym a few days later, and this time much earlier, but the guy is back again, wandering around aimlessly drunk near the gym buying pizza next door. I am thinking, shit, okay. So he then afterwards decides to start looking into people's cars. I was thinking, hell, this guy might want to break into the cars. I am with a friend, and at that time, I noticed that he is looking at his car. I warned him, and he leaves the gym and goes into his car. He then drives home, and I notice that he isn't wanting to break into people's cars, but instead something else. By that point, I am thinking that he wants to look for my car even though I walk to the gym. I am on the elliptical machine, and I feel safe in the gym even though he is outside, because no one can come into the gym unless you're a member. Otherwise, the alarm goes off if you try to open the door. To get into the gym, you would need a key card. This would give you a better understanding on how I felt safe. I also had other people around me, and I wasn't alone in the gym. So lo and behold, this guy looks at me through the glass window, and I am facing the window. So he waves at me and writes down his name and number on a piece of paper and shoves it against the window that I am directly facing. I shake my head going no, and he leaves. I am thinking, this guy originally came from the pub nearby, as we do have a habit of dealing with drunk people from the pub. Doesn't help that there's a bottle shop nearby, in a kebab place, as well as the pizza place that I mentioned. I swear, my best guy friend lives in that suburb, and he keeps telling me how it's changing due to the number of halfway houses nearby. Honestly, my story is not too bad, though I would still rather never meet this person again. I was stalked, but not because they were into me, but because they were into my best friend, Emma. Emma is gorgeous, like to the obscene level, and has always had guys and girls fawning over her. And she had a friend named Mike, and Mike is who this story is about. I met Mike through Emma, and it was clear immediately that Mike was obsessed with her. She was actually into him for a bit, but she wanted something that's not serious. But Mike came on hard and heavy, so Emma distanced herself from him. And she distanced herself even more after he made some shocking comments about his opinion on sexual assaults mostly being fake. When Emma and I graduated high school, we had planned to move in together, but due to a family situation, she only stayed at our place about 2 days a week and never on a set schedule. She also could not keep a job to save her life. Her family life was chaotic and made it where she would have to leave at a moment's notice. Emma also had several places where she crashed at. Family, friends, my family, and it depended on her situation and any odd jobs that she was working. She did a lot of odd jobs, babysitting, yard work, elder care, catering, and etc. Nowhere stable, and often she wouldn't know what she was doing until that day. After Emma distanced herself from Mike, I started to realize that he was at my work often, like 3 or so times a week. It would have not been too weird, except my work was a department store for women and children. No men's clothes at all in the store. At first, Mike would just come in, do a lap, and then leave. It was weird, but I honestly just thought that he was walking the mall. Lots of people do that, as my town has practically no entertainment. Then Mike started hanging out in my store and talking to me while I worked, always talking about Emma. How is Emma? Why is she avoiding him? Those kind of questions. I was evasive, giving one-word answers, trying to tell him that I needed to work. My manager even scolded me for having friends hanging out while working. And when I explained that I did not want him there and that he wanted to know about my friend, my manager asked if I wanted him to talk to Mike. He was actually a pretty awesome manager, and I definitely said yes, and I felt relieved. After that, Mike went back to doing a lap and leaving until my manager eventually stationed a big loss prevention guy at my register as a deterrent. And it worked. No more Mike at work, and I felt that I had won. Except, I had not counted on Mike being extra creepy. He started showing up at my house. Couple of points, Mike did not have a car, and I lived in a different town than Mike. My family and my job about 20 minutes by car away. No public transportation in my town or in his. Uber did not exist in this area then either, and Mike didn't have a job as far as I knew. Mike knew where I lived because when I first moved in, we had a housewarming party and accidentally made the Facebook invite public. Mike started coming over at random times, sometimes early in the morning, sometimes in the evening, always asking to speak to Emma. I always told him Emma wasn't there, and even if she was, for her safety I advised her to not come to the house anymore, and to tell Mike that she wasn't interested, which she did. Bluntly no more distancing and blocked him. And this time, I moved in a new roommate, a coworker, who while also female had a gun and a big boyfriend. Mike started coming by less frequently, and anytime he did, I would tell him that he wasn't welcome. Now, I know I should have called the cops, but there were 2 things preventing me. 1, I was from a not grand family who avoided cops for the most part. And 2, my new roommate was a criminal law major, and she was already concerned about how that would appear for her career. Not great reasons, but for a 19 to 20-year-old, it was enough reason for me not to mention it. Eventually, I stopped seeing Mike, but I would still occasionally spot him in places that I was in: the mall, my town's grocery store, and my dog's favorite park. So I stopped posting on Facebook around this time, because even though Mike was blocked, he was clearly still able to see my post. I also got the creeping suspicion that he was coming by my house sometimes. My stuff on my porch would be moved, and at night, my motion sensor lights would go off. I kept finding Mike's cigarette butts, but at least it was the same kind that he smoked. My roommate had been there about 4 months, when one night, she had her boyfriend over when someone started pounding on the door. When her boyfriend answered, he saw someone who looked like Mike running away. The next day, my roommate and her boyfriend went out of town for a concert. She gave me her gun, even though I already felt safe because she had gotten a dog that she was training as a guard dog. I started watching a cooking show in the living room, and at some point I fell asleep. In the middle of the night, I woke up to my dog and the guard dog losing their minds, barking like mad at the window. There was a tall figure that bolted as soon as I sat up. I grabbed the gun, opened the door, and yelled, "I know that's you. I have a gun, and I'm calling the cops." Which I didn't do. I just locked me and the dogs in the bathroom and then called my dad, who luckily was not angry about being woken up in the middle of the night. He drove over and advised calling the cops and filing a restraining order, which we called the cops, but they said since nothing was broken and there was no evidence, there was nothing to be done about it. Luckily after this, I heard through the grapevine that about a week after the incident with the dogs, Mike's family sent him to live with a relative in a different state. He did come back a couple of years ago, but he was wise enough to only contact me once. And when I got to tell him that Emma was not only happily married, but not at all interested in talking to him, I reminded him that I was willing to call the cops if he ever came near either of us again. And he never did, and I didn't see him anymore. Though he did try to befriend my husband on Facebook, all it took was another block for him to go away. So, it's been about 5 years since I last saw you. Mike, let's not meet.
When I started high school, I feel I had some pretty close encounters due to my naivety. I'm a female and had very poor self-esteem, so while I did have some close friends, I was also quiet and reserved. However, as I was going into a new school, I wanted to put myself out there more. I wanted crazy memories with my friends. I wanted to try new things and maybe get my first boyfriend. So in order to do this, I wanted to change myself so I could be happy with who I was. My birthday was over the summer, so I saved up as much money as I could and finally convinced my parents to let me dye my hair a deep purple and black, and even started doing some of those makeup tutorials. I know it may sound stupid to some, but I know there were a lot of girls that felt the same way as me at the time. Again, I know it sounds stupid now, but it really made a difference to me. I walked into that school for the first time feeling like a different person, except I was still the quiet, smart girl in the back. The first few months were not unusual. My friends and I hung out between classes. All 4 of us were able to dye our hair, so we had a bit of an ego boost, and we did have some people notice too. There was one girl in particular, Shelby, that was on the choir team that complimented my hair, which made me feel great because she was one of the more charismatic girls. She wasn't the mean and popular type because she was genuinely friendly with anyone, and she had a lot of friends, but she just never really talked to me except for in passing. That's where things started changing for me. While my friends and I were leaving PE, we were singing some stupid song when Shelby complimented me on my voice. She was in the same class, so she could hear us. She said I should try for choir next year, which I never would have thought about being the person I was. From there, she began talking to me more. I would help her on assignments in class, and she even brought in her makeup once to do mine before first period. We started hanging out outside of school and became pretty close friends. Me hanging out with Shelby also meant I was around more guys than just my brother and his friends. The ones she hung around started paying attention to me, and I didn't dislike it. It was different and something I wanted out of high school. One night, Shelby was staying over at my house and helping me dye my hair again. While we were waiting, we started messing around on my laptop. She showed me her Facebook page and a few other sites that she would go on, and showed me another website that I had never heard of before. To explain it the best I can, it was supposed to be like a blog targeted towards teenagers as a safe place to talk about your concerns, fears, things like that. You could vent there or just share your creativity. It was all text-based, so you couldn't send or receive pictures. Shelby posted a lot of lyrics to her favorite songs or poems she wrote. She said there was a private message option, which was like an email, but still no media could be sent or received. She said she used this a lot since her parents monitored her email too. So I followed and set up an account as well. She helped me set up her personalized wallpaper and bio, and pretty quickly I had a lot of supporters, which were like friends or followers. I started using this daily. I would post music lyrics, poems, or songs I wrote, little tidbits about my day, and so forth. I even tried helping others that were not in a good state of mind when I could. It almost became like a job for me. That was the problem, though. I do admit I had been told by teachers on a few occasions to put my phone away, and once had it taken away by a teacher. It was my English teacher. He was weird in the sense that he was always cheerful to talk to, especially when we first got into class. If you needed help with something or needed more time on a project, as long as it wasn't abused, he was willing to help. But if you interrupted him in even the slightest during lecture, he seemed to come unglued. He would slam his hand on a desk, do that ear-piercing whistle thing, and I, unfortunately, got caught on my phone and he took it from me. I had to get it back from him at the end of the day. I was more careful with having it out, especially in his class. Going back to this site, other than what it was intended for, some people used it to set up fights. It unfortunately was not blocked on the school's network, so when one larger fight took place, they were able to check the history under their logins and see this site. Because of this, the site was blocked from the school network, and the teachers were not very well aware of this too, and started monitoring harder for phones that were out. I was not a fighter, so I never used it for that. But I did on occasion have a few guys on there that I talked to and flirted with. There was even a new section added where you can give people virtual gifts for points, which you earn for doing certain tasks, such as logging in, making a post, things like that. The gifts can then be sent with a name, or you can send it anonymously. I got a few from people I knew, but then I started getting ones weekly that were anonymous. I thought it was cool and showed my friends to gauge if they were doing it. They claimed they didn't and were just as excited and curious as myself to know who it was. I figured if not them, maybe it was a mutual friend, or maybe I really did just have an admirer. So I made a post about it, saying something about how I appreciated them. The next day, I got a response from a username I wasn't familiar with, saying it was them and that they were happy I liked them. My friends didn't recognize the name either, So me being me, deduced it as someone who did actually like me. From then on, they would reply to all my posts with a compliment on it, then would call me beautiful, gorgeous, etc. I really didn't mind it for a while. I started getting private messages from the same person saying I was perfect for them. I tried asking who they were, but all they would tell me was that they went to the same school, but were too scared to approach me. I tried to convince them to, but they always refused, but the messages didn't stop. Hello, beautiful. Good morning, princess. I hope my goddess has a great day. I remember the messages like that because they creeped me out to this day, and I have troubles with hearing it now. This went on for a while, but it started getting old. That's all they ever did, so I started ignoring it. I don't think they liked that though, because they began to beg me to acknowledge them, and they finally got that when the messages became more explicit and vulgar, started talking about my body and what they would do to me. I still didn't have a boyfriend, so I didn't even know how to react to that. So I just decided to block that person. After about a week or so, I started getting the same type of messages from a new name, so I immediately blocked it too. Thinking they may have gotten the hint, I moved on as normal. Towards the end of the semester, PE then had swim classes, and since it was my last period for the day, sometimes I would just walk home in my swimsuit and cover up. By the time I had gotten home and showered, I had messages from a new person that specifically mentioned my swimsuit and something along the lines of how it was hard to resist not snatching me up from the name of my street. Now, this made me panic a bit because now I am really being followed and they know where I live. I just sent them a message saying to leave me alone and blocked them again. They didn't stop. I can't tell you how many more this person made and how many more messages I would get where they just got worse and worse. They would describe what I was wearing or where I was when they saw me, what they wanted to do to me, and even kept saying they were going to take me away and kept putting the date and counting down the days. April 17th. I hate that day now. There's always something there that makes me think I need to watch my back on that day. This all started to crash down when we were in study hour, and Shelby asked me about going to her birthday party, and it was going to be the weekend of April 17th. I lost it. I felt horrible, but part of me thought it was her screwing with me this whole time, and I started yelling and crying. The teacher walked me to the counselor's room where I told her everything that was happening. My parents were called in and they called the cops to have it all reported. They weren't upset that I hadn't told them about it, but were more so concerned about finding out who did this to me. Since they thought it was a fellow student at first, and they knew the students had access to the site at the school, they began trying to trace back the usernames that were messaging, so I had to go back in and unblock those names as well. To my surprise, they were eventually able to find out who had created those and who was messaging me. It was our English teacher. This sick freak was messaging those explicit things to me, and after checking his computer, they found out I wasn't the only one. He was definitely arrested and is in prison now. The website is gone too. It only got worse from there, and it ended up being shut down, thankfully. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Feeling like you have to look over your shoulder everywhere you go is just an awful way to live. And parents, no matter how much they may hate you for it, monitor what your kids do online. You have no idea some of the things that can and do happen right under your nose.
This happened a few years ago when I was in my early teens. I recalled these events recently when a friend reminded me of them, so I apologize for my fuzzy memory. For context, I am a female living in a relatively safe country with low drug use. This led to me not worrying too much about my safety when I was out alone. Well, until I met him. After school, I would take the bus home. Depending on the bus I took, I had to cross at a traffic light. I was waiting to cross the road when I felt like I was being watched. At first, I was confused as this was in the afternoon with a decent amount of traffic. But then, I locked eyes with him, and I immediately felt unsafe. He was significantly older and bigger than me. From across the street, I could see his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at me with such rage that I froze. Then, he started walking toward me through the rush of cars, almost getting hit in the process. This did not stop him. It only made him angrier, and he moves towards me faster. This snapped me out of my shock, and I walked as fast as I could away from him without running. I was convinced that if I ran, he would start running after me. I never imagined myself in this situation and panicked. I knew that I could not lead him near my house, so I tried to lose him in between a random stretch of houses. This worked, as he could not keep up and eventually lost me. However, without the sound of traffic, I could hear him speaking. He repeated things along the lines of, "Just wait till I get my hands on you," and "Girls like you are only good for one thing." I was in a school uniform, so I don't know how he arrived at that conclusion. When I got home, I broke down and I called my parents. I was convinced that he would find me home alone, and we tried to file a police report that day, but could not, on the account of him not actually being a threat and him having a record of mental illness. I found out that he lived near my neighborhood, which made me even more uneasy. I did not see him for a few days as my classes would end at different times. I thought that this was a single incident, and I hoped not to see him again. However, the next week as I alighted at a different bus stop, he saw me. I think this helped him find the general area of where I lived, and I started seeing him around more. I would see him around after school, when I went out on the weekends, and eventually in the morning before school. This went on for about 4 months. Usually, he would come toward me in the same manner, with the same rage and intensity as the first time. But I realized he never closed the distance between us. I think he simply liked seeing people scared. My parents again tried to gather evidence of the stalking to take legal action, but it was brushed aside. They then tried to find the man themselves to confront him, but strangely, he never showed up when they were around. I believe he watched me, and he learned my schedule, as he would appear at places where I should be, but only show up when I was alone. What still scares me is that this makes him seem more intelligent than the authorities believe him to be. And I thought this nightmare would never end, but one day, he just disappeared. No one saw him for a couple of years, and in that time, I pushed the stalking out of my mind. However, I crossed paths with him near my house 2 years ago, and I don't even know how to describe the exchange. My mind literally went blank, and I don't remember most of it. It was his voice that I first recognized, and what happened next was a blur. I can only describe it as a fight or flight response. The years' worth of anger and fear took over, and my mind literally blanked out. He locked eyes with me and started coming towards me the way he used to. Except this time, instead of trying to get away, I went towards him. This, I assume, caught him off guard as he froze. I have no recollection of doing so, and the only thing I can remember is physically shaking and feeling cold from the anger. I heard myself yell something at him, but I don't process what it was. He then refused to make eye contact, and I watched him walk past me. I saw him once again after that, and he simply ignored me. And thinking about it rationally, I know what I did could have ended badly, but I really don't know what came over me.
This actually happened to me a few years ago. I started working at a local gas station part-time after high school. I figured if I'm staying home, might as well do something productive and make my own money too. Most shifts were at night, so they were either dead or full of drunks, but I usually worked with one other person, so it wasn't too bad, especially when we had people get out of hand. I actually liked it for the most part. On the slow nights, I let the neat freak come out in me, and I started to organize the shelves better so that everything is lined up right, not scattered around and piled up. There was one guy, Mark, that usually worked the night shifts with me, and he'd play music on his phone, so it wasn't completely silent, which was nice. One downfall, though, was that I didn't have a car anymore, as mine finally died on me, so I had to rely on rides from my parents, friends, or sometimes an Uber to get me to places. Still, it was manageable because I only lived a few miles away from my home, so I could even walk there. I believe it was in late September when this happened because it wasn't too hot, but it started getting cooler overnights. I had decided to walk to work since it was nice out and my parents weren't home to take me anyways. It was a normal shift, except it was also football season, so we were a bit busier before games started, dead while it was on, and then we'd get a quick burst of people at the end. As I'm ringing people up, I looked up to see my line, and I noticed a guy in basketball shorts, socks with sandals on, and a shirt that said something about a gun show. Eye roll, am I right? He was looking right at me and smiling, so I just smiled back and continued working on the line. After a few, I looked back and noticed the line wasn't going down, so I called for Mark to come up and help. Sandal Guy was up next. I noticed he had one of those tall cans of tea and nothing else, and he was still smiling, so I just said, "Sorry you had to wait for just this." Without taking his eyes off of me, he said, "Oh, it's all right, sweetie, as long as I get to see your beautiful smile." I haven't really dated much, nor have I had much experience in flirting, so I didn't really know how to react. Not to mention, he had to be close to my parents' age, so I just made some weird chuckle sound and didn't say another word. He paid with a card. I handed him his receipt without saying another word to him, and he said, "Good night, sweetie," and walked out. I didn't have time to process what happened as I had a few more people in line, so I just continued until we cleared out again. When I was done, I was about to ask Mark to help me with something when he said, "Oh, sure, sweetie." He was a nice guy. We never had problems with each other, so I knew he was teasing, but it snapped me back to that when I started laughing and asked, "So you saw that too? Was that not weird?" He said he thought the dude was weird, but the flustered side of me was adorable. Funny to him, but I didn't know what to say, and the guy was just off, so none of that was enjoyable. Our night went back to normal for a while. He was in the back again as he did some of the bookwork while I was messing with the shelves. We were kind of shouting back and forth about something that we were both really involved in when someone came in. I started walking back around the corner when I noticed it was Sandal Guy again. He noticed me and waved, so I waved back, and he started quickly walking towards the coolers in the back. I quickly made a comment to Mark about him being there and just waited for the dreadful checkout. He walked up to the counter and said, "I forgot to get gas." If that was the case, why did he walk to the back? I just smiled and rang him up. As I handed him his receipt, he made sure to reach further in to touch my hand and said, "I'm glad I decided to stop here tonight," and smiled as he shook my hand. My hand was limp because I wasn't interested in this at all. At this point, Mark had walked out from the back and said, "Hey, Kate, my part's done. I'll take over." Thank God. I pulled my arm back real quick and dashed to the back and waited. I didn't hear another word from the guy, but I heard the bell on the door, and then Mark walked to the back. He said when I turned around, the guy cocked his head like he was trying to look at my ass when he walked in front of his view. He said when he noticed this, he grabbed his candy and dashed out the door. Who does this right in front of people? Anyways, the rest of the night was okay again. Had some lady come in singing and got Mark to sing, so that was funny. So we were having a good time. It was getting close to closing, so Mark had taken the trash out back so he could smoke, and I was up front again reading a magazine. To my surprise, Sandals walks in again. It had to show on my face that I was not okay with this, but he again immediately smiled and was looking around quickly like he was trying to find something. That's when he grabbed another candy bar and said, "For you, Catherine Lee. I can't stay away. Can I give you a ride home so we can talk?" I was shocked. My name badge says Kate. I don't go by Catherine or my middle name, so how would he have known that? I didn't know how to reply, so I just said, "No thanks, I have a ride." To which he said, "But you walked here, right?" How would he have known that? I just told him I had a ride and he wouldn't stop, saying he wanted to get to know me more and take care of me. I remind you, I was around 19 years old, and this guy could have been my father. I tried cutting him off to ask him if he was going to purchase anything when he tried to reach for my hand again, and I pulled back. At this point, Mark walked back in right as he started pleading. Mark immediately walked over to the guy, telling him he needed to leave. He started shouting as he was being pushed out that he'll wait for me. Mark locked the door and made sure I was okay, but I was just more shaken up than anything. He had me doing some other things from there, like more organizing, stocking anything that was empty, and mopping while he watched the door. He would unlock the door to let people in, then lock it again. At closing, he was finishing the last thing, so I had pulled out my phone and opened Facebook when I noticed I had a friend request. It was Sandals guy. That's when I figured out where he knew my name from and also realized that my address was on there. I told Mark about this and he suggested he take me home. I did not refuse either. As we left, I was looking around to see if he was waiting, but I never saw anyone. As he was driving, he tried to loosen up the tension and joke with me, but I think we were both worried about it still. Once we got to my place, the lights were on, so I knew my parents were still up, thankfully, and I noticed Mark was still there when I had gone in and locked the door. I thought it was just to make sure I got in okay. After I was in, I changed clothes and went to get something to eat when there was a knock on the door. It was the cops. They were explaining that there was a report of a suspicious person and gave a description of the vehicle and then the person. You know it. It was the same guy. So I had to explain to the cops and my parents what had happened. The cops said they would drive around a few times to make sure he didn't come back, and thankfully he didn't. But they did tell us that if he came back, to call them again. Unfortunately, there was little they could do since he hadn't actually done anything. The next time I worked, though, Mark explained what had happened. He said he noticed a car following us, but didn't want to say anything and scare me. After I got inside, he saw the truck turn the corner onto my road, so he got out of his car and noticed it was the same guy as he was driving by. He said he thinks he recognized him too as he started to speed up. So he had called the cops to report it for us. I was so incredibly thankful for what he did too. Thankfully, we never saw the guy again, so hopefully he got the hint, but you can bet I did a lot of cleanup on my Facebook too.
This story began when I was 19 years old. I was living in a large Canadian city. I had graduated high school the year prior, and I was struggling to find a job while deciding what I wanted to study in college. For context, I was living in a crowded neighborhood, and just a 5-minute walk up the street, you would reach a busier road with lots of little cafes, small markets, pharmacies, bars, restaurants, parks. Pretty much everything you needed was nearby, and everybody knew everybody. My father spent his retirement days taking a walk up the street to meet with his buddies at a bar. One of his close friends worked as a janitor at the pharmacy just across the street, and due to his troubling back pains, he offered me a job to help him clean the building after hours to help ease the pain off his back, and he would pay me cash every week. Of course, I accepted. It was short hours, easy cash, and very close by. And best of all, I would have an empty building to work in and did not need to interact with people. Since the pharmacy building was just across the street from the bar my father would most likely be at, I would stop to chat with him before going to work. One of my father's friends, let's call him Frank, was a 60-year-old man. He was having a beer with my father one afternoon. Frank was always really friendly to me, and I didn't mind interacting with him. However, things have shifted, and I started feeling afraid of Frank. One evening as I'm working in the pharmacy, clearing out the trash and mopping the floors, I glanced out the front doors, which thankfully are locked by this hour, and I noticed Frank pacing back and forth right in front of the building. I thought nothing of it, and I just continued cleaning up. An hour later, I passed by the front doors again and noticed Frank is still standing outside. By this point, it's nearly 10 p.m. and it's dark outside. I unlocked the door and asked if he was okay. He responded by saying that he wanted to know what time I got off work. Being young and naive, I thought that was okay to ask since I knew him, and I told him that I finish whenever I'm done cleaning up. But I did not mention that I was nearly done for the night. Luckily, by the time that I was finished and I was ready to head home, the street was completely dead silent and deserted. The very next night, I headed out to work at 5 p.m. and began cleaning up. This building is divided into 2 separate buildings. The main one and the one office next door has a different address. This means sometimes I need to exit the main building and walk outside to get to the other building. This night, I had my mop with me and a few garbage bags heading into the next door building. And as I stepped outside, there was Frank standing around again, facing the building as if he's waiting for me. I felt uncomfortable and a little bit afraid. He tried talking to me, but I can't remember what he was trying to say as I was too confused and I was just hurrying over to the next building. I got inside and I locked the door right behind me, leaving Frank outside. It was a small office building, so I was done within 30 minutes. And as I headed to the door to head out, Frank was still standing there. I did not want to leave until he was gone. And at some point, my boss calls me on my cell phone to ask why I was taking so long. And I couldn't help but explain to him that Frank, which is also his friend, was standing outside waiting for me. And a minute later, I heard my boss come outside and yelled at Frank to leave me alone while I'm working. Thank goodness. I finished my work for the night and I peeked out the doors to see if the coast was clear before heading home. I was relieved to see that not a single person was out there. Then again, it was beyond 10 p.m. I walked up the street to wait for the crosswalk to turn green so I can cross and head home. and as I am waiting, I hear someone behind me. I turn to see who it is, and sure enough, it's Frank. I wanted to cry of frustration and fear. He approached me and began a normal conversation, pretending that he wasn't being creepy at all. He was telling me that he wants to take me to the movies that night. I laughed and I was too shy to tell him to F off, and I said, "What? It's late already." He said it's okay, that there are movies that late at night anyway, and insisted that I went home to change, meet him back at the corner, and he would take me to the movies while he waits there for me to come back. He asked for my phone number, and being too scared and stupid, I began giving him my digits. And luckily, I snapped back into focus mode and changed the last 2 of my digits. I pretended to go home to change and then to meet him later. I hope he waited there all night because I went to shower, I got into bed, and I went peacefully sleeping. A few days later, I went up the street to visit my dad at the bar before my next shift. The store connected to the bar and had a shoe sale going on, and had set up a table full of shoes outside to attract more customers. I walked past, not interested anyway. But there was Frank, just outside the bar. He stopped me and guided me to the table full of discounted shoes and said he wanted to buy a pair, whichever one I liked. But by this point, I was fed up and ignored him, and I entered the bar. I approached my dad and he noticed Frank talking to me outside and asked what we talked about. I was too embarrassed to tell him the truth, so I said, "Oh, nothing really." And right after I answered that, Frank was standing at the doorway of the bar talking to some guys, and my blood started to boil, and I ended up telling my father the truth instead. Actually, he offered to buy me a pair of shoes. Absolutely enraged, my father stood up tall in his chair and gave me a look of, "What did you just say?" And I then told him everything. Frank has been waiting for me outside of work too, and then he tried taking me to the movies late at night one night. My father did not even waste another second. He walked up to Frank and right away punched him right in the neck in front of a crowd of people. "Don't you ever speak to my daughter again. Don't you ever approach her, you son of a bitch," he yelled. Frank was shocked, apologized to my dad repeatedly, looked me right in my eyes and apologized to me, and then he walked away. I thought that that was the end of it, and I hadn't seen Frank anywhere for a few weeks after that. When suddenly, my father started going to a different bar, just 10 steps away from the first one. It was a much darker, quieter, and really just depressing looking bar. The further in you go, the darker it gets. My father and I sat at a little table and started chit-chatting, and from the top of his shoulder, I noticed a man sitting in the far end of the bar in almost complete darkness. I knew it was Frank, but I did not panic, nor did I mention it to my father, because I knew he was staying away after being throat-punched in public. Eventually, my dad moved to sit at the bar instead of the table, so of course, I followed. Frank then sat a little bit closer to us, still keeping a distance though. And after starting to feel uncomfortable from Frank's stares, I asked my father, "Can we sit at the front of the bar? I just want to be closer to some sunlight." He agreed, so we moved again to the very front. A minute later, Frank changed tables again, closer to us once more, and he looked really angry and revengeful. I can't explain it. He just looked very pissed off, unlike the Frank that I knew beforehand. After a while, we decided to head home. It was a 5-minute walk for me, but my father, being elderly with physical issues, he needs to take a few breaks here and there to rest his back and then catch his breath again. And while we were walking, he needed to take his first break, so he sat down on the edge of someone's concrete fence. And as I waited for him to rest, I noticed in quite some distance behind us, Frank is heading our way, but he was stopped, standing in the middle of the sidewalk, just staring in our direction. He was far enough away that I wasn't too worried. Then my dad got up and we continued walking, having no idea who was behind us. A minute later, he needed to rest again. I turned around to check, and of course, Frank is still there. He seemed to stop walking every time we stopped walking. And this happened a few times, and I was getting more and more freaked out. Frank did not know where I lived, and even though I lived so close to work, where he was stalking me, he never really followed me home, thankfully. Well, until that day. We got really close to the house now, and Frank was catching up behind us. I did not want him to know where I lived, so I lied to my dad and I said, "I really need to use the washroom. Do you mind if I go ahead?" Of course, he had no problem with that, and I hurried up home. I wanted to get inside before Frank saw which house I went to, and I immediately went up to my bedroom window, which faces the road we were on. This is when I noticed that my hurrying home makes no difference because Frank could just wait and see which house my father goes into. And as I'm watching through my bedroom window, I saw that my father noticed who was behind him. He yelled at him to F off. I guess my father protected us also and stood there until Frank went away beyond him so he doesn't see where we live. After a while, Frank very slowly walked past every house, and my father standing a dozen feet behind him, waiting for him to leave. He looked at every house trying to see if he could see me through a window. I was well hidden, and he would not have seen me, and as he continued making his way down the street, he got so frustrated that he started punching himself in the head a few times. I can't help but wonder what his plan was if he was so angry and following us home that day for the first time with a face full of rage. That was the last that I ever saw of him before I learned years later that he got severely mentally ill and was put into an institution. So Frank, let's never ever meet again.
My story is one that is pretty messed up, and I'm not saying that lightly. This was probably the lowest point of my life and was absolutely something that gave me some sort of PTSD, but it's an important story for me to tell to the world, in my opinion. I was abused and mistreated by this person, and it's a bumpy ride, so if that's not something you can stomach, I don't recommend reading the rest of this. I dated a guy named Cole for most of my time in high school. I met him at the end of my freshman year, and we actually started dating at the beginning of my sophomore year, and we were together until we graduated. Neither of us was one of the popular kids, and neither of us really stood out of the crowd, so we just kind of really enjoyed each other's company and being together with someone that was like me and really nice. Well, that's what it was on the outside, at least. To everyone in the school, my parents, and the public eye, we were just two shy high school kids that liked to hold each other's hands. In private, however, he was emotionally manipulative and horribly controlling. My home life wasn't great. My parents argued nonstop, and they were always so aggressive with each other, so I guess as I was growing up, I kind of connected that to love. So when Cole started doing the same thing to me that they did to each other, I thought it was normal. It didn't take long for that emotional manipulation to turn into physical abuse and then sexual abuse. Basically, if he wanted to do something, we would just do it, and I had to accept it because he loved me, and that was that. This went on for over a year and a half, until spring break of my senior year. I spent the week over at my grandmother's house in an attempt to get away from him, even for just a little bit, though I framed it that I hadn't spent time with Granny for a while, which was true. While I was there, my grandma actually saw a bruise that was on my inner thigh, and the whole thing spiraled. I broke down and told her everything. She was horrified to hear what had been happening between us, but once she calmed me down, she basically told me that I needed to exit the relationship as quickly as I could. We talked about it some more, and I agreed with her. She had convinced me that I needed to get away from Cole, and I needed to get away as soon as possible. Once spring break was over, he came over to my house, and I was adamant that we needed to spend time in the living room instead of my room, because I knew what would happen if we went behind closed doors. Throughout the evening, I just kind of sat alone on the couch and kept my distance while I prepared for what I had to do, and then, once he had to leave, I ended up telling him that I thought we should take a break from each other. I saw by the look on his face that he wanted to smack me, something he had pretty much turned into his rebuttal when he thought what I said was wrong, but he didn't, because my mom was in the other room and he had to keep up his good kid appearances. He asked me if I was sure I wanted to do that in a way that almost sounded threatening, but I nodded and said that I enjoyed our time together, but that I needed some time to think things through. He basically just left after that, but he did not leave me alone. He was dead set on winning me back in some way, whether that meant by telling me how much I meant to him or telling me that I would be sorry for what I had done. I tried my best to ignore the notes, the letters in the mailbox, the constant phone calls, but I couldn't ignore the literal brick through my window. Yes, he literally threw a brick through my window, complete with a small note that said, "I love you, Kayla, and I will die without you," complete with his signature. Thankfully, that was enough to make this whole thing a lot easier, as my dad called the cops and he was subsequently arrested because he admitted that he did it. I was actually happy that this happened because I would be able to move on, focus on school, and he wouldn't be there to distract or bother me. I thought that was where it would all end. He was charged, told to stay away, and I finished high school without any issues. After I graduated, I moved out and then moved in with my grandparents and went to college. I spent 4 years furthering my education and lived with them, then went and got my own place a few miles from their house at an apartment complex down the way. I lived there for 6 years, so at this point, I had been on my own for a decade, had started my own career, and had met a guy that I was dating, and things were pretty serious. Basically, I had moved on with my life, and I was happy despite what I had gone through. Recovery was difficult, but I felt like I had successfully managed to do so. Unfortunately, things went south really fast one random day when I got a phone call from a number I didn't know. I answered it, and I wish that I hadn't. As soon as I said hello, the voice on the other end said, "Hey, Kayla, it's Cole," in a tone that was way too excited to be on this call. As soon as he said my name, my blood ran cold, and there were legitimate chills running down my spine. This was a voice that I never wanted to hear again, and the fact that he had somehow found my phone number was something else altogether. I kind of sheepishly said hi, and then asked what he wanted. He laughed when I responded, then said something like, "Don't sound so excited to talk to me," then started in with what he was calling for. He asked me if I would be a reference for a job that he was applying for because he needed someone to tell them that he was a good person and willing to do the work. I basically just said okay and wrapped the call up as quickly as I could. The feeling in my stomach was literally the worst thing that I had felt since he and I were together. I ended up telling my boyfriend what had happened, and thankfully he was fully supportive and willing to keep me calm and talk me through the situation. At the end of it, he pretty much told me that I should just not answer any numbers that I didn't recognize and just move on and pretend that it never happened. He then said that if I wanted, we could go up and change my number. I told him that it was okay and that I would just not answer any more calls that I didn't know. That would have been a great solution and would have been enough if what happened next didn't happen. About a week after that happened, I went into the office to work, and sitting in the lobby was Cole. I opened the door and literally just froze the second I saw him. My heart was racing, and I'm pretty sure I started hyperventilating because I was feeling dizzy. As soon as he saw me, he stood up and walked over to me, grabbing me and pulling me into a hug. I had no idea what to do. I just stood there, frozen, with his arms around me and not letting go. I wanted to cry. I wanted to throw up. I wanted to literally just stop existing. He was talking in my ear about how much he'd missed me since high school, how happy he was to see me. He said that he was there for an interview to work in the IT department, which was the department that I worked in, and said that he was so excited that he may be working with me. Then what he said made my heart stop. It could be just like old times. As soon as he said that, I immediately pulled myself away from him and walked away as quickly as I could to go and talk to my manager. I walked into his office and I knew that he could see something was wrong because he stood up and asked if I was okay. I let loose, asking him if there was someone named Cole that was there for an interview. He told me that he was, and that he was there to interview for a position that was on our team, and then asked if I knew him. I explained everything to him. I pretty much just dumped the entirety of my trauma on him and told him that Cole was the cause of it. He then followed that up with saying that he would keep that in mind and asked me if I had a restraining order on Cole. I knew what this meant. It meant that he did not care and that he was going to proceed as if I never told him any of this. The restraining order question was a matter of covering himself legally. I told him no, and he ended the conversation pretty much right away. I went back to my desk, but I think I spent most of that day in the bathroom just staring at the wall and having a panic attack. That was the last day that I worked there, because I knew what was going on. Some of you may say that it was purely coincidence that he was interviewing for the same company that I was working at, but it wasn't. He didn't seem surprised to see me. He never once said anything about not knowing I worked there, and his comments made me feel more like he knew it, and he was trying to pretend like he didn't. I know it sounds paranoid, but he got my number. He went to my office. He interviewed for a position on my team. None of this was a coincidence. Like I said, I ended up quitting that day. Didn't even put in my 2 weeks just in case. I wasn't willing to give him any more time around me. I also went and changed my number after that day, so he didn't have it. Thankfully, this time around, I had more of a support system in place. My boyfriend, my grandparents, and a few friends. They all supported me in my decision, and they helped me get my mind straight. So that's it. That's the story of my horrible ex that showed up randomly in my life 10 years later. It was hard to get through, and I still feel like someday he's going to show back up in my life to cause me more distress. Thankfully, he hasn't. If he ever does, I'm honestly not sure what I'll do or what it'll do to me.
I was always an extremely small and sickly child. I look young for my age, and my family and I lived out of town, about 8 miles out. Our little community was next to a highway. The school bus would drop me off 2 blocks away from home. One day, I noticed a red truck following slowly behind me. So slow that I figured they were just looking for a house or something. I ignored it and I walked to my house, and that was the end of that. Consistently, this truck would follow slowly behind me, and after a couple days of this, I walked into my house and I looked out the window. Inside there was an older man in a black lab. He was staring at me, idling inside his truck, and then he pulled away. I decided that enough was enough. I told my parents, and of course, my sister was quick to jump that I was lying, but my mom thankfully believed me. She drove me to the bus stop the next morning, and the red truck was there, across the street at the gas station, pointing towards the bus. I got on the bus and my mom decided to drive around the truck. She described the scene. The man was disheveled and dirty, hunched over in his seat just staring at the bus. His license plates were caked in mud, so she couldn't make them out. It freaked her out so much that she called the police and the school. I went to school and I was quickly pulled into the office, and the man had been spotted at the school waiting in his truck. That day, I rode the bus home. This time, the truck was parked alongside the street. That means that I would have to walk past this man's driver's side door so that I could get home. I debated considering running for it. But apparently, this man was getting desperate now that he was spotted. A police car showed up and I talked to the policeman. They went to go to talk to the man and he quickly pulled away from the curb and took off down the highway. I never saw him again, and I don't believe he was ever caught. But because of this experience, I am extremely guarded and paranoid with my own daughter and her soon-to-be sibling. The world is a terrifying place these days, and children go missing so easily. I don't like to think about if I had been grabbed, I wouldn't be here typing this, and my kids wouldn't exist. I was lucky. Many children aren't. So, stranger, with ill intentions, let's not meet. It happened in 2002. I was living in a ground floor apartment in the corner of an L-shaped building with a living room, kitchen, parents' bedroom on the garden balcony side, and my sister's bedroom and bathroom on the parking side. I was 7 years old at the time of the facts, and all this happened over several weeks, maybe months, but I hope not. At the beginning of the summer of 2002, I was often playing in the common gardens of the building with other children of the building, when one afternoon, my mother called me and my friends to ask us if it was one of us who, to play, would have taken one of her panties that was drying on the floor of our terrace, and that it was not right to play with women's underwear. But it wasn't us. And as the weeks went by, several similar cases were reported to us, but always without explanation. Sometime after these events, my father, not being able to sleep, one evening decided to smoke a cigarette at the kitchen's window, which was at the side of the garden. And he was just looking around to clear his mind. As he looked closer at our right neighbor's terrace, my father saw a man standing there, not moving, and looking into their apartment. My father thought that it was the neighbor and said, "So, what are you doing, bud?" The person turned around and looked at my father. The man was touching himself. Then, without saying anything, the intruder ran through the hedge and left through the common gardens. The whole neighborhood was informed, and this could not last any longer. We children were forbidden to play outside in the evening, and a feeling of fear settled in among the people of the ground floor. During the year, a new neighbor moved in alone in the apartment, which was above ours. Alerted and a little shocked by the incessant theft of women's underwear in our building, my neighbor legally, and with good reason for my part, bought a dissuasion gun, which shoots and weighs like a real one but actually shoots blanks, and she kept it in her bedside table. This neighbor loved animals and had 2 parakeets, which often made noise in a birdcage on her balcony. She had cats, fish, and etc. One evening, this neighbor came back from work. She put her things down and went about her life normally, like any other person coming home from work does. But that evening, she saw on her balcony that unfortunately, the bird cage had remained open and that her parakeets had disappeared. Thinking that it was her own mistake, she was sad, but there was no reason to be afraid at all. After having made her evening, she went to bed and fell asleep. But something woke her up during the night. First, she felt her comforter pull slightly. Thinking it was a cat, she held the comforter tightly, but it still pulled. Then she felt the bed move and a breath behind her. There was someone in her bed. The feeling of fear took a hold of her. She jumped out of bed while opening her bedside table and took out her pistol and fired twice in the direction of the man who fled by jumping out of her bedroom window, which was open. The whole building was awakened by these shots, including my father, who saw a man land in front of our terrace and run into the gardens. He grabbed what he could and then chased him. The police stopped my father, who was running in his underwear with a golf putter, and of course, he had to prove that he was a neighbor afterwards. A couple minutes later, the police informed us of the arrest of the man in the housing estate next to us by a patrol that was watching our neighborhood after his thefts of underwear. Our surprise was not the least when we learned that the pervert was a man of 45 years, married, father of 3 children, and in recidivism of several acts of voyeurism and break-ins. He had even entered a lady's house by climbing up the balconies while she was living on the 4th floor. Later, we learned that no charges would have been retained against him because number 1, he did not break into my neighbor's house. He did not assault, rape, or even touch my neighbor. And they're not even sure that the thefts are necessarily attributed to him. So, here we are, living in a country where a person with serious voyeuristic urges that lead to other more serious things cannot be supervised by prison or hospital staff because technically he didn't do anything. Stalker at Kmart. I'm dating myself there with that department store reference, but I'll do one better. When I was in my early teens, I'm a male, and I would ride my bicycle there to look at and buy model cars and supplies. That was my thing back then, building model cars. I can't say if I was in any real danger, as per the TOU on the sub, but basically, I was stalked. And while I'm deciding between the 66 Chevelle or the 85 Camaro, I see this man, mid-30s, walk past the aisle that I'm on. Then, he passes the same aisle from the other end. Once I'd made up my mind and leave the aisle, he's on the far end and starts walking the parallel aisle to me. I'm not weirded out yet, but I make a detour down another aisle to ditch him. Or so I thought. I doubled back and got to the main aisle that heads towards the front, towards the registers. He pops out another aisle further up facing me, then turns down the next one. Each time that I encounter him, he smiles, making eye contact. So, I put the model down and turn 180 degrees, head towards the back of the store. There's a service entrance back there, so I make for that, thinking that I'd lost or confuse him. And I still wanted to build that Camaro. So, I went back towards the front. And there he is, sitting on a bench in the lobby, still making contact, still smiling. Now, at this point, the obvious answer would have been to just turn and bolt. But in an effort to keep my bike from getting stolen, I'd secured it to the railing inside the lobby, and I didn't want to stand still in his presence. I quickly went back into the store and zigzagged the aisles trying to lose him. By now, I was sufficiently freaked out, but still didn't want to make a scene. Every single time that I made my way back out onto the main aisle, there he was. I'm walking at a brisk pace, and he's just casually strolling, but always in my direction. And at one point, I pass the sporting goods, so I pick up and start carrying a baseball bat. I pass the main aisle on purpose now, showing him my weapon. He's unfazed, just casually making his way up and down the aisles, still smiling, still eye contact. I'm just short of running now, almost back in the service department, when he's given up the subterfuge of chance encounters. He's directly following me. He's not at my pace, but manages to keep up. I give up. I toss the bat and make for the service clerk, a relatively stout African-American man, and I say, "Hey, I think this guy is following me. Can you call someone?" And I'm throwing my thumb in his direction. He hadn't come around the corner yet, so I never saw his reaction. But we heard a crashing and heavy fast footfalls. He had run towards the service entrance, knocking over a display on the way out. The service rider stood by with me while the police were called. And once there, the cops took a statement, did a walk around, but he was long gone. Then, they put my bike in their cruiser and then drove me home. I didn't go back to Kmart on my own again until I was old enough to drive. And I still never went back for that model Camaro. Damn it.
Stalked me using technology. When I was in my early 20s, I dated a friend of a friend. We were mutual friends. We saw each other before, but we never really interacted. We certainly knew each other by name. We met at a party and he was great at first. He was friendly and made good conversation and was pretty good looking too. I was instantly interested in him and we had great chemistry with each other. We met up constantly and I was so happy I decided to give him a chance. Months in, we decided to go steady and be exclusive with each other. We set our statuses on Facebook and some other places too. We took so many pictures together and posted them on social media. And for nearly 10 months things were going fantastic. He slept over my place plenty of times and I stayed at his too. I really enjoyed being with him. One day I wasn't feeling the best, so I told him I wanted a quiet day and spent the day on my computer in a video call with my friends. We were all laughing and watching a movie together. It was so good to have some girl time together because I spent so much time with my boyfriend. One of my friends, I'll call her Dana, made a comment about missing me and jokingly said that I was spending way too much time with him. The next day I didn't hear from my ex, and it wasn't like him to not send a message by now. I messaged him and said good morning. He looked at it and left me on red. Weird, but maybe he was too busy to answer, and I didn't worry about it. I waited a couple of hours and sent another message to ask if he was okay. He told me he was fine, and I knew he was clearly not fine. He'd never acted like this before, and I was surprised by it. I told him if he was angry with me, I'd rather he told me why. He asked how sick I was, and I told him it must have been a temporary stomach bug. And that when I felt a little better, I went on a video call with my friends and we watched a movie. He seemed satisfied by my answer, and at the time I wasn't exactly sure why. I was just happy that he had calmed down. Things were good again, but months later we had some more relationship difficulties. He told me he didn't like some of my friends and that he didn't want me to see them anymore. I asked him exactly what he didn't like about them. He just told me he didn't think they were a good fit for me, but wouldn't explain exactly why. There was one person in particular he didn't like, and that was Dana. He always made little nasty comments about her, implying that she was a bad person. I told him I needed a reason why he wanted me to cut them off, and I didn't like him interfering with my friendships. He scowled and didn't speak to me for a couple of days. I talked to Dana about it, and she wasn't sure where the hostility was coming from. She'd always been civil with him. I thought that would be the end of it, but no. He slipped one time and mentioned something I told Dana in private. I thought maybe Dana said it to someone else and asked her about it. She denied it. I was angry about this and he supported me, told me to stop being friends with her, and if I loved him, I would do it. I hated that. I vented to some of my friends both on my phone and on the computer about it. I said how frustrated I was, that he had no right to do what he did, and that it wasn't fair of him to do this. When he confronted me about it, he knew near enough everything I said. I doubted all my friends would have run off to tell him, and some of them barely knew him, or only knew of him. I asked how he knew and he got incredibly defensive. This went on for months, and whenever we had any issues he would always know about them. It turns out he put spyware on my phone and a keylogger on my computer, probably when I wasn't looking or he needed to borrow my phone or computer for something. I confronted him about this massive breach of privacy and he said it was normal. That all couples do this. I screamed at him this wasn't normal at all. He told me that all his exes had been fine with it. And I reminded him that he never even mentioned it to me. And I certainly wouldn't have agreed. Nor did he ever offer to show me his phone or other devices. I got my computer and phone cleared of any nasties, changed passwords, and did everything I could to protect myself. I made sure I changed all my passwords at a friend's place too. After a while, I couldn't relax, so I ended up getting a new phone and computer when I could. I couldn't shake the feeling he was spying on me for a long time after. I make sure to lock all my devices now. I also regularly check to make sure my information hasn't been leaked, and made sure there were no changes to my private information. It has been so stressful and it could have been avoided if I was more careful. What was even creepier, he left hidden cameras in my room at some point. I'm terrified what he did with those pictures or videos. I change in there. I have so many private moments in there. It's supposed to be my sanctuary. Sometimes I can't escape the feeling I'm being watched. This story won't be the worst story on your list, I guess. I don't let my partners use my devices anymore, unless I'm there to keep an eye on what they're doing. I don't like how he invaded my privacy, and had access to my information without my permission. I don't even like inviting people into my room anymore. I just want to feel safe again. Keep an eye on your devices, people.
So I'm a 28-year-old woman, and this happened to me when I was 13. I'm an adult now, and still kind of traumatized. For a little context, at 13, I transferred schools because of a lack of money. The school that I went to was a cheaper private school because where I live, the public ones kinda suck. I didn't have any friends for at least the first couple of months. I then started noticing this boy, Victor. He was always staring at me during classes, in the hallways by the window, and at lunch. It was an everyday thing, but I didn't care because as a kid, I only thought of stupid stuff like dolls or whatever. Oh, and one more thing. I was flat as a table back then, so totally looked like a small child. The girls in my class started saying that Victor had a crush on me, which creeped the hell out of me because he was 18. I was creeped out but still didn't care as long as he didn't approach me or anything. But things escalated quickly. Victor would follow me home every day, and thank God I moved since then, and he doesn't know where I live anymore. The most annoying thing, however, was that he constantly asked his friends to try to talk to me and try to convince me to go out with him and make out with him after school. These talks would usually take about 30 minutes of them trying so hard to convince me to agree with this, while Victor was behind them, just watching the conversation like a freak. Obviously, I rejected him all the time, but being the nice guy that he said he was, he spread rumors about us making out anyway. Nobody believed anyway because he was such a weird guy and the whole school knew it. The final straw was when our school had a trip to a book fair. I was super excited. At this point, I had made a couple of friends, and on our way to this fair, I was on the bus with my friend and Victor was on 3 seats behind us, and I could feel his eyes on me the whole way. And out of nowhere, he came and asked for my friend's cell phone and she gave it to him. So stupid of her. And he returned her cell phone not even 2 minutes after. She checked the cell phone and showed me that he had taken a bunch of photos of me. I guess this was his way of saying that he had already done this at some point. She got so pissed and went to go talk to him. And when she returned, she said the creepiest thing I've heard in my life. She said this with a very scared face. He said to me that when you least expect it, he will push you in a bathroom and rape you today. The only thing that went through my mind was, what should I do now? I looked at him and he gave me a creepy smile. After this, I spent the whole day looking behind my back, not leaving the side of my teacher. She didn't even understand why that I didn't want to walk around the fair. I was in alert mode all the time, and thank God, nothing happened. And when I came home, I cried in my room like a baby. This was at the end of the year, and thankfully, I switched schools again. I told this to my mom last year, and she was like, "Yeah, it happens. It happened to me too when I was your age." So shocked about how this is a common thing. I'm now 28, and I still see Victor on the streets. He has followed me around a few times, and I always walk in circles until I lost him. But sometimes, he waits for me outside the stores or restaurants. I think about what would have happened to me in that book fair if I didn't have my teacher next to me the whole time. And I wondered if one day he'll do something or just keep this creepy behavior. Back when I was attending a university, I used to work on campus at one of the dining halls during the dinner or night shift. I lived in the next town over since it was cheaper to live in a crappy little apartment out of town than to live on campus in the dorms. But I didn't own a car, so I had to take the bus. One night, I had just gotten off a shift at work. My feet were killing me, and I was completely exhausted as I slowly made my way to the bus stop. I noticed a man, much older than me, sitting on one of the two benches at the otherwise empty bus stop, but I didn't pay too much attention to him. I simply sat down on the second bench and listened to some music while waiting for the bus to arrive. The first sign that things were starting to get weird was when I kept noticing out of the corner of my eye that he was staring at me. At first, I thought I might be imagining it, so I looked over and caught him quickly turning his head to look away. Okay, so he was staring at me. This wasn't completely out of the ordinary, since being a young college girl seemed to gain me a bit of attention from older men. So just like usual, I just ignored him. Well, that was a mistake. Again, out of the corner of my eye, I saw him look at me. But instead of just staring this time, he got up and walked over to sit next to me instead. I continued listening to my music, hoping that he would see the earbuds and take the hint that I wasn't interested in having a conversation. But instead, this man literally took the earbud out of my ear. "Hey there, sweetheart," he said, as my head snapped to look at him in shock. I should have told him off for touching my things and demanded him to leave me alone. But I was sort of frozen, and I didn't want to make him mad. Hi," I replied quietly. He started introducing himself as Mike and telling me that he lived in the area and it was always nice to see pretty girls like me at the university bus stop. He explained that he was a real man and liked the boys that I went to school with and that I should go home with him that night. I was a shy, scared virgin who had never had a man be as bold as this to my face. And I say to my face because I had certainly gotten my fair share of unsolicited private pictures online by that point. But I digress. I didn't know how to respond, so I didn't. But that didn't stop Mike from continuing to explain to me all of the fun things that he wanted to do with me at his place that night. He got into graphic detail. The things he described started out with the basic things you'd expect, and then escalated to him asking if I liked being choked until I turned purple and passed out in bed. I wish there was anyone else at that bus stop, but it was just the two of us, in the dark alone, as I counted the seconds until the bus would arrive. Then Mike took things to a different level of shocking by telling me, "Listen, the demons want me to ask for your phone number, and they say you should give it to me, or you won't like what happens." He actually had the audacity to start stroking my hair. His hand was gentle, but I didn't want him touching me at all. This was shocking for a number of reasons. The demons? I wouldn't like what would happen? Why was he touching me? What the hell was this guy talking about? And as though he could read my mind, Mike went on to explain. "My therapist knows the demons are real. I told her about them, and she says I'm not crazy and that demons are real." He laughed, then abruptly stopped and said, "Now, give me your phone number like they said," he demanded. And as his hand stroked my hair for the last time, he stopped and gripped the back of my neck, still gentle, but even more terrifying. I was scared and obviously didn't want him to have my phone number, but he was taking out his phone, and I knew that he was going to call the number I gave him to make sure that I wasn't lying to him. And he still had his hand on the back of my neck. So, I reluctantly gave him my real phone number. Stupid, I know, but I was right, and he immediately called to check. All I could think about was just not making this guy angry. long enough to get away from him, and then I would block his number. Thankfully, the bus came moments later, and I sat down as close to the front of the bus, near the bus driver, as I possibly could, since the bus was basically empty. Mike decided to sit directly across from me, and at this point, I had tried listening to music again, hoping that being on the bus and him having my phone number would signal to him the end of our conversation. However, he decided to reach over and unzip my sweatshirt, revealing my work shirt and the name tag, which I had unfortunately forgotten to remove in my haste to leave work that night. I hadn't told him my name yet. Abigail. What a beautiful name. Our daughter will be named Celeste. I shouldn't have been shocked at this point, but I was. I had stopped listening to music again and zipped my sweatshirt back up, which made him laugh. You won't need that soon anyway, he said, and winked at me, implying how he'd planned to undress me even further that night. At one stop, Mike tried to convince me to get off the bus with him. I told him no, that I was tired and I just wanted to go home. So he said okay and then stayed on the bus. I knew that had been his stop, so the fact that he was staying on the bus worried me. I was sure this meant that he was planning on coming home with me instead. Baby, Mike whispered to me. I tried to ignore him, but he repeated himself louder. Baby. He had the most unsettling smile on his face, and I asked, What? He laughed and told me, The demons say you smell nice. I was terrified, and I felt like I was going to throw up by the time that my bus stop arrived. I lived in an apartment alone, and I didn't want him to know where I lived. Despite my body being exhausted and sore from work, adrenaline kicked in, and I bolted off the bus and ran straight home. I made it inside and then locked the door. I looked through the peephole, and I didn't see him, so I went to carefully peek out of my window and saw him standing near the bus stop, just looking around. He took out his phone, and sure enough, I started getting a call from an unknown number since I hadn't saved his number. I ignored it, and when he hung up, I started getting several texts asking where I'd gone and how he didn't like hide and seek, and how the demons just wanted to have fun, but I was being a little bitch about it. I was so scared because he knew which apartment building I lived in, where I worked, where I went to school, my phone number and my name. The only good thing which made me feel slightly relieved was that he didn't know which specific apartment number I lived in. That's when he started yelling outside. There were no specific words said, just wordless yells of what I can only assume were frustration and anger. I blocked his number, and I kept all the lights in my apartment off as I cried with my back to the front door. Maybe I should have called the police, but my brain was so frazzled that I didn't even think of that until the next day. And by then, all I knew about him was that he was a mentally unstable man, probably named Mike, who hadn't actually done any physical harm to me, so I didn't think it was worth it. In hindsight, I know that I made a lot of stupid mistakes during this experience. I ended up moving away entirely at the end of that term of school, for unrelated reasons. But until then, I switched to day shifts at work, and I was paranoid every single night. Thankfully, I never saw the man again though. So Mike, the scary guy from the bus stop who tried to follow me home, I never want to meet you or your demons ever again. I'm a 30-year-old male. I was having a bit of a dry patch with dating. I broke up with my fiancé and I was absolutely crushed by it. I found out that she had been cheating on me through the last 6 months of the relationship. I didn't want or need anything serious. Mainly, just wanted to see what was out there. Maybe find a friend or something. So, I made my profile, matched with a couple of women who I was attracted to, and I liked their profiles. It was a mixed result. Some of the women seemed to like me, and others weren't really all that interested. It happens though. One of the women seemed nice at first. Let's call her Julie. She worked as a nurse and was pretty busy. Given my job and other commitments, that worked well for me. I didn't want someone who could potentially become too clingy. Julie and I messaged each other, exchanged some pics, and talked to each other. She had a nice voice. I didn't tell her where I worked, but I realized she managed to find out where I worked. I worked as a lawyer in a local law firm, and she came to my workplace. We hadn't even gone on a date or met up yet. I wasn't happy to see her. I came out and spoke to her, and I politely asked her to not come to my workplace again, and that it made me uncomfortable. She agreed that it wasn't the best, and things seemed to go okay. I was completely put off by her behavior that I decided not to have anything to do with her. And I sent her a message later that day and told Julie that I didn't want to talk to her anymore. Looking back, I should have just ghosted her and left at that. I should have removed her and just blocked her. The next day, I go to the office and the security guy walked up to me. He told me that my friend was back again. When I turned to look at her, she was waiting outside the company property. She was just staring at me. I told the security office that I wanted nothing to do with her and to keep her away, and he agreed. I started noticing her around more and more. Eventually, I put her out of my head and I found a woman that I got along with. She always made me smile, and I decided that it was time to give it a go. We went out on a couple of dates together, and after a month or so of dating, we decided to make it official. Things were going so well, and then she called me and sounded upset when I answered. She asked if I was cheating on her, and this took me by surprise. No, I answered her. She told me that someone called Julie messaged her on Facebook and told her that we were together. My girlfriend believed me and told her to fuck off. She kept trying to contact her, and then she disappeared. It took months of Julie harassing my girlfriend before she finally disappeared. I don't know why or how, and I don't care. All I'm happy about is Julie being out of my life. This happened at my previous job, and it's a bit long, so bear with me. I'm 24 and female, by the way. Howard was a senior in my team. One day during chit-chat, he asked me to recommend some colognes to him, as I know a lot about perfumes and fragrances. I recommended some, and then he asked me to help him buy it. I suggested it's better to try it out in person before buying for colognes. But he insisted many times that I buy my recommendation for him. So I did eventually. And after I bought it, I WhatsApped him the receipt, and he texted back, "Thanks, I'll treat it as a gift from you." He did pay me back later, so I thought he's just making a joke. The manager of my previous team, Alfred, asked me to go grab a drink after work another day, as he noticed that I was frustrated at work lately. He also said that I could invite more people if I wanted. So, I invited Kate, my closest friend in the company, who was also in Alfred's team. Kate suggested to me to invite one more colleague as she believed it was better to hang out in a group of 4. I think for a bit, and then I invited Howard, as he had worked under Alfred before. I told Howard that Alfred wanted to buy all of us drinks. I have drinks with Kate and another colleague, Aiden, together regularly after work, so that was the first time that I hang out with either Alfred or Howard. After the drinks, we decided to take the last scheduled subway home. Only Howard and I live in the same direction, and I knew he lived near stop A from previous chit-chat, which is about 10 stops before my stop. I live quite far away from the subway station, around a 1-hour walking distance, so I planned to take taxi after getting off at my stop. After we got on the subway, Howard started to say things that made me uncomfortable. For instance, he asked when he could become as close to me as Aiden, or whether Aiden had been ever to my apartment. To be honest, I wasn't even that close with Aiden, and we were more like work friends. I was annoyed by all those questions, but I thought to myself, it's just a few more stops till stop A, and I'd have my pee soon. Well, Howard didn't get off at stop A. I asked him about it, to which he replied that he had some errands near stop B tomorrow morning, so he would be staying at a friend's near stop B. Stop B is just 1 stop before my stop. Luckily, Howard shut up soon, probably because of my lack of response, so I just looked at my phone in silence. I just noticed Howard was still there when I was about to get off at my stop. He followed me off the subway and offered to take taxi together. He said he would drop me off at my place and then go to his friend's place, which would make no sense as these 2 drop-off points are in complete opposite directions at my subway stop. So I declined by saying that I planned to walk home. Then, he offered to walk me home. I said it's an hour away, and I persuaded him to just get a taxi outside my subway stop. He finally budged and called a taxi through the app, which shows the estimated fare. I overheard him murmuring the amount, which was definitely more than traveling from my subway stop to stop B, more like traveling to stop A. I suspected that the stay at his friend thing was a lie all along, just to follow me home. A week later, Kate told me that she overheard Howard insinuated to Alfred that we were in a relationship. We were in a profession where relationships between staff are required to be reported, and spouses cannot work in the same team. I was creeped out by Howard, but didn't bring it up to Alfred, as he didn't ask me about it either. A month later, Alfred invited his team and a lot of other people that he previously worked with to dinner, just to celebrate the end of a project. And after the meal, Alfred asked me where I was heading to, as he knew I have 2 apartments. Kate and Howard were walking with us. I then told Alfred that I'm going back to the apartment in the same direction of Kate's, which was in the opposite direction as Howard's. Howard joined in the conversation and said that he's going to that direction too, as a friend was hosting a party there. Kate and I were doubtful surely. On the subway, Kate asked him where the party was, and Howard replied at stop C, which was exactly my stop. So, Kate and I pretended that we had other places to hang out, and that I was not getting off at stop C. Howard got off at stop C, and eventually, I rode with Kate to her stop and then got on another subway back to stop C. I avoided him as much as possible before I could quit my job since then. I've quibbled with the thought of publicly sharing my story for a while now. Recently, I've arrived at a place where I think the benefit of sharing outweighs the risk. So, I'm taking a chance and just putting it out there. Maybe it will help someone. Many times I've looked back on the odd events leading up to the scariest night of my life, October 5th, 2015. I'd like to say that I did everything right, but honestly, in hindsight, I should have done more. I am convinced that my son, who was 3.5 years old at that time, actually saved me from harm that night. I could have easily become another statistic in the crime database, and although my stalker did not hurt me physically, it took me months to get past the psychological damage. So, here's my story. In May of 2012, I temporarily exited the workforce following the birth of my son, Chris. He was born with a physical birth defect that would require multiple corrective surgeries during his first year of life. He was also born 2.5 months early, which had complicated things further. Chris's father, Aaron, agreed that I should stay home with our son until he was 1 year old, considering our circumstances. In May of 2013, I felt comfortable enough to leave my son with a babysitter, so I went job hunting. I ended up being hired on the spot as a waitress at a small but very popular chain restaurant in my little town. Let's just say that this little diner is widely known for their waffles, and let's just leave it at that. I was hired on to work on the second shift, and after 2 months, I had worked my way up to the first shift. By the summer of 2014, I had a long built-up clientele of regular customers that enjoyed my service and tipped me well, enough for me to have a little putback in savings, which came in handy when Aaron and I broke up. I ended up moving out of our apartment with Chris and renting a small 2-bedroom trailer in the same town. It was mid-November of 2014 when I first met Ryan, the man who would later stalk me. It was an abnormally slow Saturday morning shift at the diner. 2 men, one late 40s, early 50s, and the other maybe early 20s. They walked into the diner together and sat down in my section. They were my only customers at that time. So, when the older man of the two started making small talk, I had time. The older man introduced himself to me as Ryan, and the younger man with him was his son. Right away, by his body language and tone, I could tell that Ryan was being flirtatious with me. He even cracked a cliché joke saying, "Nah, there's no way you work here because you're too pretty and you have all your teeth." Honestly, I wasn't super amused with that tired kind of humor. And while Ryan was decent in the looks department, I was a little annoyed with being casually hit on by him. I was 25 years old at that time and much closer to his son's age. But nevertheless, I faked merriment because a happy customer equals a better tip. It's just part and parcel to the job. Suffice to say that my fake laughing and smiling paid off, earning me a $10 tip on a $20 ticket. They were only there for 30 minutes too. Not too bad, I thought to myself. The following weekend, Ryan came back to the diner. This time, he came alone. There was nothing unusual about this interaction than from the last. I took his order, we chit-chatted when I had time, and I kept his coffee refilled, and that was it. But apparently, he enjoyed his experience because again, he left me a $12 tip on an $8 ticket. Ryan began visiting the diner every weekend from then on, up until the end of December. And by then, he had started coming 2 to 3 times per week. At this point, he really started showing an interest in getting to know me. Now, that's not something unusual per se. I had some other regulars that I actually developed friendships with, some even getting me Christmas gifts and such. So, I did tell him things about myself in casual conversation during his visits. Just normal things that normal people talk about. And one of the things that I eventually told him about was the medical miracle that is my son. I even bragged about the fantastic job his doctors did, showing him the before and after photos of his surgeries. And over those past several weeks, Ryan's attitude towards me had changed. He was no longer this annoying, flirty middle-aged guy, but rather a seemingly caring person. Maybe I was naive, but I genuinely appreciated his kindness, and I did not interpret it as romantic gesture at all. And Ryan continued coming by on my shifts for breakfast 3 times a week. February of 2015 is when the first strange event occurred, which was soon followed by a string of more. It was a Tuesday afternoon, and I had picked Chris up from the babysitter, and I was heading home from work. Now, where I lived was on a small uphill dead-end road. As you pulled onto my road from the main highway, you could easily see my trailer on the right side at the top of the hill. It was positioned perpendicular to the road, and the back side of it is visible as you drive up the road. And as I eased my way up the hill, something immediately caught my eye. I could clearly tell that my back door was open. I put the brakes on immediately and tried to figure out what to do. I literally never touch or unlock that door, much less open it. So I knew something was off. A door is not going to unlock and open all by itself. I ended up parking my car off to the side of the road and calling Aaron. At this point, we were on good terms and co-parenting our son very well, and Aaron came straight over and checked out my trailer, while I remained back in my vehicle with Chris. About 5 minutes after entering, he called me and told me that it was all clear. So, I made my way up the hill expecting to have been robbed or something, but nothing was missing. There was no damage to the door, so Aaron basically brushed things off saying that I must have forgotten to close the door myself or something. I knew better, but since there was no sign of a break-in, I let it go. 2 days after that, so on Saturday afternoon, I'm off work. I'm heading uphill on the road toward my driveway. My son is spending the weekend with his dad, so I have the house to myself that evening. A wave of relief washes over me as I see that my back door is still closed. Now, I don't know why I decided to do this, but something compelled me to actually inspect the door up close. I needed to also make sure that it wasn't tampered. But to my horror, I discovered that it had. There were pry marks along the edge of the door jamb. I immediately went inside and unlocked the door so I could open it and inspect further. The edge of the door was bent to hell and back on the inside where the doorknob met the jamb. That damage wasn't there 2 days ago when Aaron installed the new lock. I deduced that someone had probably been using that credit card trick to easily break into that door, since the way it locked was by the knob. And when they figured out that would no longer work, they tried to open it, not knowing that a new lock was on the other side of the door. I'm thankful that lock held. At this point, I called the police and made a report. They basically told me that there wasn't much that they can do in this instance, other than document the incident, and they told me to call if anything else happened. Needless to say, that wasn't satisfactory to me, but I didn't know what else to do. I didn't feel comfortable sleeping at home that night, so I ended up making the hour drive to my parents' house and crashing there. Nothing else happened for a little while, and by March, I had been able to put February's events behind me and feel secure in my home again. I was working and going about life as usual, and at this point, Ryan had begun visiting the diner 5 days a week. Oddly enough, he was there each shift that I worked, and it became a running joke with the other waitresses, and in a funny way they teased me about having a stalker. Well, I would soon find out just how true that actually was. Because in April, things got weird. I came home from work one day to find my grass had been mowed. Now, I usually paid a neighbor to do it for me since I didn't have a lawnmower. My yard was small, but maintaining it was a requirement for my lease agreement. My neighbor didn't charge much to mow it, and he needed the extra cash, so it was a win-win for us. But I knew that I hadn't asked my neighbor to mow recently, so I thought that it was strange. I asked him if he went ahead and decided to do it anyway, and he said that he hadn't. So I called my landlord and asked her if she had mowed my grass for some reason. I knew my grass hadn't been high enough to warrant that, but it was the only possible explanation. Of course, she said no. She hadn't mowed my grass and I was stumped. I then assumed that an anonymous neighbor must have mowed my grass out of the goodness of their heart. You know, like a pay it forward kind of thing. I mean, what else was I to think? And all throughout April and the beginning of May, my grass was being anonymously mowed once per week. I know it sounds strange reading it, but at that time, I genuinely thought a neighbor was just doing neighborly things and didn't want to be recognized for it. On May 5th, 2015, Aaron and I decided to take Chris to the zoo. When we got back from the zoo late that afternoon, we discovered that my front door was cracked open. Now, my front door did have a deadbolt, but I must have forgotten to lock it. How freaking stupid of me. You can imagine how upset I was due to my back door being tampered with multiple times back in February. I just didn't understand why this was happening again. And like all the other times, nothing was taken. My belongings seemed untouched. Yes, I was feeling targeted, but I didn't call the police because I felt like I technically had nothing to report. There was nothing stolen or vandalized, just an open front door. So, I let it go again. And 2 days later, I would discover the depth of things. May 7, 2015. It was one of my rare off days, and I was at home relaxing with the diner called me. I answered thinking maybe my boss wanted me to come into work. Well, it wasn't my boss, but my coworker Celia. She stated that someone named Mary called the diner asking to speak to me. Mary had asked for me by name, and since I wasn't at work that day, Mary left her phone number and requested that I call her as soon as possible. I thanked Celia for relaying the message, and I ended the call perplexed. I didn't know who Mary was, but out of curiosity, I gave her a call, and Mary ended up being Ryan's estranged wife. I didn't even know he was married. She informed me that Ryan had a nervous breakdown while they were arguing earlier. He started raving like a wild man about how I'm a better girlfriend than she is a wife. He told her that we were in love and that he had been taking care of me and my Down syndrome son for months. My son doesn't even have Down syndrome, by the way. My son's not mentally impaired. She initially thought that it was all just crazy talk considering his mental state. He mentioned where I worked, he said we were going to get married, and he said that I had asked him to adopt my son. He said that he was going to run away with me in order to get away from her. He even told her that he started visiting me after following me home one day. And when he said that, Mary knew that something was very wrong. Ryan had somewhat of a history with mental issues, and Mary was used to him weaponizing things to hurt her feelings during arguments, even if those things are lies. But she said that this time was different. She knew that he had started frequenting the diner, and red flags went way up for her when he admitted to following someone home. So, she decided to call the diner to see if anyone by my name worked there. When Celia confirmed this, Mary perceived the possible danger, and she left me her name and number requesting a callback. My head was spinning at this point. While things were finally starting to make sense, I was still gobsmacked. And at one point in the conversation, Mary mentioned my grass being mowed. Yes, Ryan even flaunted the yard work that he did for me in her face. It was all very strange and very surreal. Basically, Ryan has been obsessing over me for months. He became delusional and had created a whole relationship between me and him in his mind. And it was all in his head. And obviously, he was the one that was breaking into my home when I was gone. Why he did it, I still haven't pieced that 100% together. He never took anything, and I imagine he was mowing my grass because that was his little way of taking care of me. Anyway, by the end of the call, I decided to go to the police department in person to file a report about Ryan. I thought that at the very least, this is harassment, and I needed it documented. Maybe I could even get a restraining order. Mary offered to provide an official statement to the police as well, to which I thanked her. The PD took our statements, and the harassment complaint was filed. And although I couldn't get a PO based off my statement alone, the officer did assure me that he would personally go talk to Ryan. I then went straight to the diner to inform my boss Chase about the situation. Now, Chase took this very seriously. Just that morning, a third shift waitress actually brought up to Chase how a man came to the diner very early, at around 4 a.m., and this man was trying to get her to tell him which days I'd be working that week. She told Chase it made her uncomfortable. So when I told Chase about Ryan, he went back and looked at the cameras from that morning. And sure enough, the man that was bothering third shift for info about me was Ryan. So Chase initiated the process through corporate to get a permanent ban on Ryan from the diner, and it was approved at a later date. I was scheduled to work the following day, and I was nervous throughout my entire shift. But thankfully, Ryan didn't show up, nor did he show up the following day or the next day after that, and all was quiet at my home as well. The officer showing up at Ryan's house to speak with him must have spooked him enough to stop. Weeks, then months went by, and no Ryan in sight. No vandalism at my home, no mysteriously mown grass, nothing. My life had completely gone back to normal. But things changed again in October. October 5th, 2015. It was around 8 p.m. My son Chris fell asleep on the couch while watching a movie, and I had dozed off as well, until I heard a few very light knocks at my front door. I then walked to the kitchen and looked out at the only window that faces my driveway. No cars there except my own, so I figured that the light tapping that I had heard at my door was either just the TV or my half-asleep brain playing tricks on me. I then returned to the couch and started playing a game on my phone. But about 5 minutes later, I heard a few light knocks on my door again. This time, I was wide awake, so I knew that my brain wasn't playing tricks. So I walked back over to my kitchen window to double-check the driveway to see who was there. Again, my car was the only one in my driveway. And right as I go to close the kitchen window blinds, loud knocking suddenly erupts at my front door. And I mean loud, angry banging. I guess my instincts kicked in, and I sprinted to the couch. I scooped Chris up into my arms and I ran down the hallway to his bedroom. I did the only thing that I could think of in that fraction of a moment. He was groggy and confused, but he listened to my instructions. I said, "Get under your bed and stay under your bed and don't come out until I tell you to." I then ran to my kitchen and grabbed a knife while dialing 911. I actually screamed at the door that I was calling the cops in hopes that it would scare them away. I positioned myself at the end of the hallway, which connects to my son's room to the living room. This way, I'd have a clear view of both the front door and my son's bedroom doorway. As the operator picked up my call, the banging on my front door was getting even louder. 911 said she was dispatching police right away, and she instructed me to stay on the line until they arrived. About 12 minutes into the call, the banging got more violent, rattling pictures off the wall, and I thought for sure that they would break my door down at any moment. 911 asked me where I was located in the home, and I told her. She asked me if I could hide somewhere, and she told me not to put myself in danger. And in that tiny moment, I felt enraged. Hell no, I'm not going to hide. I'm not taking my eyes off my son's bedroom under any circumstance. Where are the cops? And besides, I lived in a small trailer, and the only hiding place for an adult is my bedroom closet, which I'd be easily found. So, I just interrupted over the phone. "Look, lady, I'm a single mom. I have no man, no gun, and no place to hide. If he breaks this door down, what am I supposed to do? Throw this knife at him? Where are the effing cops?" She assured me again that the cops were on their way and to stay on the line. More banging, but this time, it moved to the actual side of the trailer. It sounded like they were taking a baseball bat and beating against the outside of the trailer. At that moment, Chris started shrieking. I ran the few steps over into his room to check on him. The loud commotion had just pushed his fear gauge over the edge, and he was screaming and crying incessantly under his bed. I quickly ascertained that he was physically okay, and I returned back to the end of the hallway to check on the front door. As I was explaining to 911 that my son was okay, just scared, I noticed that the banging had suddenly stopped. I waited another minute or so, trying to listen out for any sign of further escalation, like maybe a window breaking or something. But all I could hear was sobs coming from my son's room. All in all, it took the cops 23 minutes to arrive, and by then the perp was long gone. For reference, I live about 10 minutes away from the police station, and 911 even called it in as an active home invasion, and I was livid about the response time. My front door was made out of some type of metal, just a cheap generic trailer door, but now it was covered in dents. There were noticeable scratch marks on the lock, and the siding of the trailer was damaged where the perp had hit with something. Given the history, I immediately suspected Ryan was the perp. The police said that since I didn't actually see the person, then they couldn't arrest him without an eyewitness. The most that they could do was make a report, and they did end up canvassing the immediate area in case he was on foot. However, there was no sign of him or anyone around and about. I deduced that he probably had parked nearby out of sight. That way, his vehicle wouldn't be spotted or recognized at my home. My home was situated next to a thin patch of woods that has public access roads on the other side. I also am absolutely convinced that Ryan had nefarious plans for me that evening, but when he discovered that my son was at home with me, he bailed. He stopped trying to break into my home that moment that my son made his presence known. For whatever reason, Ryan always lit up when I talked about my son. He used to initiate conversations about Chris just to watch me dote over him. And looking back, I guess it was his morbid way of bonding with my child. And I think in his own warped way, he grew to care about him. So when he heard Chris scream, he decided not to follow through with whatever his plan was for me. I ended up taking a few days off work because I was so shaken up. I stayed at my parents' house during that time because I was afraid to go home. And my landlord had the damaged door replaced while I was gone. Realizing that I had a job and a life and that I couldn't stay gone forever, I knew that I had to go home. So I got a gun, a small caliber revolver, but it would do the job. And then I went home. I lived in that trailer for another 4 months before I saved enough money to move. It was totally peaceful during those months, with no further events or altercations. But I just couldn't stand being there anymore. And since then, I had changed jobs, met someone special, got engaged, bought a house, and then got a dog. No further sign of Ryan anywhere during any of these life changes. And it's been nearly 7 years since any sign of him. Ryan seems to have disappeared out of my life in the same manner that he first appeared, out of nowhere. And I couldn't be happier that he's gone. Hopefully, it stays that way. Hello everyone, it's your creepy sister here. Thank you so much for watching the video. I really appreciate each and every one of you. But I would also like to thank my amazing patrons, my top tippers, and my dearest channel members. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it with all of my heart. If you want to support the channel further, you could also choose to become a patron, a tipper, or a channel member. But remember, it's appreciated, but never a requirement. I would also like to announce that we have merch now. The link is in the description of the video, along with all my other social media links, like my Discord server, Twitter, Instagram, and others. You can connect with me and send your stories there. And don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't yet, and comments are highly appreciated. And remember, your fear feeds me.